Engineering solutions that have led to many changes. Creativity, intelligence have been our tools for ages.
Marching forward for the country, leading it to progress, making sure that you and me are part of all success. One organization, our many chapters, our one profession, walking hand in hand in the same direction. With the help above, we'll do our mission. One organization, our many chapters, our one profession. We are family, guided by our vision, IECEP. Easy is let's build the nation. Marching to the future for the next generation. Always open to innovation, innovation. One organization, our many chapters, our one profession. Walking hand in hand in the same direction. With the help above, we'll do our mission. One organization, our many chapters, our one profession. We are family, guided by our vision, IECEP. Easy is let's build a nation.
For the success and orderly commencement of today's event, we will discuss the house rules, some friendly reminders, and the qualification requirements for the e-certificates. Next slide, please. Thank you. To keep doors open for better communication, greater mutual respect, and greater efficiency, please mute your device audio and turn off your webcam during the presentation. Turn it on only when needed. Respect the speakers on the floor. Note that you are allowed to ask questions via the Q&A mechanism of the webinar. We will not be entertaining questions via the chat box. No spamming on the chat box. Create a discussion or ask questions during a discussion period, as mentioned by the speaker related to the topic. Do not close your session or log out during the seminar. You may leave any time in between, but your re-log in may not be connected as it may interrupt the system. You can log out after the event finishes. Don't forget to fill out the attendance and evaluation form later. The link will be posted at the chat box for after the webinar. To qualify for e-certificates, you must be registered and confirmed participant at My IECEP. Completed 90% of the session, signed in attendance form, passed the evaluation tests, and accomplished the webinar evaluation survey.
Now, let us give a warm welcome to Engineer Mark Philip Fernandez, our chair for IECEP Power Electronic Society, for his welcome message. Chairman MP.
Okay, good morning, everyone, and thank you, moderators. No, so just for a very good audio experience, can you hear my audio? Can you give me a thumbs up? All right. Thank you very much, moderators. So, good morning, everyone. Good morning. So today is the fourth colloquium on power and clean energy. So I would like to congratulate you, each and every one of you. Especially to our organizers. for making this happen. So, para po sa atin ito mga ka-PELS, no? To my fellow ECE professionals, students, distinguished guests of honors, to our speakers, fellow PELS officers, committee chairmans, fellow PELS and IECEP members, good morning again, and welcome to another exciting and wonderful installment of our colloquium called the fourth Colloquium on Power and Clean Energy. Okay. As you can see, we have ECE professionals who are now joined via Zoom gathered together to witness the works of our fellow ECE professionals and scientists all over the country and in the world. Later this lunchtime, we will present to you our major milestones and achievements that we have made so far. In addition, I would like to announce to everyone that we will be doing the next IECEP next level, So hashtag IECEP next level, meaning I will present to you later our next plans for the next 3 years of our CPD activities, So meaning we will have additional activities besides this colloquium for the next 3 years. Why so? To enhance further your experience in what we call lifelong learning journey natin. Okay? Now, before I end my opening remarks, I would like to say thank you very much to each and every one of you who made this colloquium a successful event. I would like to thank our organizers, and I would like to thank you all for making our colloquium and our PELS programs possible. Okay? Kaya tutok lang mga ka-PELS, Sabi nga natin, kung nakaraan ay nabanggit natin na nagsisimula pa lang ang ating paglalakbay, ngayon wala na pong duda. Tuloy na tuloy pa rin tayo sa ating paglalakbay tungo sa matatag at malakas na IECEP Power Electronics Society. Remember, dear fellow members, atin po ito. This is ours. Okay? It is our time to shine. Okay? Hashtag IECEP next level. Hashtag one IECEP. Maraming salamat at mabuhay po tayong lahat.
Thank you so much, Chairman MP, for that wonderful message. May we also call on our chair for the Research and Development Committee? Next slide, please. Dr. Angelo A. Beltran Jr. for his welcome message.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. Gentlemen, ladies, and fellow electronics engineers, good morning. It is an honor and substantial pleasure for me to deliver a welcome message at the opening ceremony of the fourth Colloquium on Power and Clean Energy 2023. The sense for doing this colloquium was the consideration for establishing a common ground for power and energy region, wherein as electronics engineers will integrate in a single umbrella from different divisions such as academe, industry, government, private sectors, among others, both in local and abroad. This occurrence that we have organized for today is highly suitable for that special purpose. The theme for today's event is IECEP PELS, bringing forth emerging trends in power electronics towards sustainable energy transition. The primary generator of our economy is power and energy. We, electronics engineers, have an important role to play in energy and power section, most especially in this advent of digital technologies. And to ensure the best quality of our occasion for today, we invited outstanding speakers, both local and abroad, and may conceive a moment for us to determine the recent developments. As with the previous successful colloquiums, we deeply express our gratitude to all co-organizers for today's event. The IECEP National, IECEP Bulacan, IECEP Manila, IECEP Mindoro, IECEP Cavite, and IECEP KSA-ERC, who volunteered and allocated their time for their accomplishment of today's event. On behalf of IECEP Power Electronics Society, we would like to recognize our important visitors from Energy Regulatory Commission, ERC, Chairman and CEO, Honorable Mona Lisa C. De Malanta, and from IECEP National, our President, Engineer Lyle Anthony Joel Villas, and of course to our invited resource speakers for their acceptance. Further, we are highly appreciative to our academe and industry partners, ABB Inc., Advanced Energy Inc., Adamson University, and Philippine Space Energy, and of course to all our dear participants attending for today's events. Hashtag one IECEP, hashtag one organization, and hashtag one family. Mabuhay electronics engineers, mabuhay IECEP, mabuhay tayong lahat. Thank you. Back to you, moderator.
Thank you very much, Doc Angelo, for your wonderful welcome message. And now moving on, of course, let's hear from Honorable Mona Lisa De Malanta, Chairperson and CEO of Energy Regulatory Commission, for her message.
Good morning, everyone. On behalf of the Energy Regulatory Commission, I would like to thank the Institute of Electronics Engineers of the Philippines, Power Electronics Society, for this opportunity to join you in your fourth colloquium on power and clean energy. I must admit that I am relieved that we are doing this colloquium virtually, as I am sure if we were together physically, I would feel intimidated being in a room full of engineers. Math has never been my strongest suit, but I do try. And what I do not have as a field of natural inclination, I make up for with grit, determination, and genuine curiosity to learn. I'd like to think that I share this common trait with all of you, given your theme of bringing forth emerging trends in power electronics towards sustainable energy transition. There are two elements in this theme that capture the world we live in today and the challenges that we face. How do we succeed? Indeed, how do we contribute to society and remain relevant, given the pace and challenges of energy transition? And what skills do we need to confront and ride the waves of these emerging trends? In a nation where electricity consumption registers a significant annual rise, it becomes imperative for all of us to place the development of emerging renewable energy sources among our top priorities. Our nation stands at the threshold of a transformative era, where our commitment to renewable sources is paving the way towards a cleaner, greener, and more resilient future. The Department of Energy charts a very ambitious course for the Philippine energy landscape. By the year 2030, we aim to attain a generation mix where 35% will come from renewable energy sources. To achieve this, the DOE has devised a strategic plan projecting an annual 11% growth in renewable energy while maintaining a steady 5% growth for coal. By 2040, the DOE envisions renewables claiming 50% of our energy generation. This calls for a consistent annual increase of 11% in renewable energy, with coal remaining constant with an average growth rate of 2% per year. Meanwhile, we at the Energy Regulatory Commission are mobilized to review, revisit our regulations in light of the direction our country is headed in terms of our energy future. While we develop regulations to support emerging technologies of battery energy storage, distributed energy resources, electric vehicles, and microgrids, we also need to determine the impact on the system of increased RE share in the mix and its implications on the rates we all pay as consumers. As we engage on this transformative journey in the Philippine power industry, we invite you, our engineers, to journey with us. Of course, we would be honored to have you join the ERC. But even as you find yourselves in the private sector or other energy government offices, we look forward to your contribution in improving our power sector, making it more sustainable and resilient to the forces that are upon us. All your contributions, all our collective action will form part of our campaign for the realization of what we call energy democracy, a vision of the future where the Filipino consumer is assured of stable, reliable, and reasonably priced power supply, where she can effectively exercise the power of choice and of charting her own destiny towards a progressive and meaningful life. Sana po tulong-tulong tayo sa pagpapatupad ng pangarap na ito. I wish you a successful conference and I hope to meet you all in person in the future. Maraming salamat po.
That was such a wonderful message. We would like to express our deepest gratitude through the awarding of this certificate. Allow me to read the citation. The Certificate of Appreciation is hereby presented to Honorable Attorney Mona Lisa C. Di Malanta in sincere acknowledgement with her invaluable contribution as a guest of honor and speaker for the fourth colloquium on power and clean energy with the topic given this day, 12th of August 2023. Signed, Engineer Christian P. Enoval, Governor of IECEP Bulacan Chapter. Signed, Engineer Gerald U. Tiocson, Governor of IECEP Mindoro Chapter. Signed by Engineer Muhammad Ali B. Mauna, Governor of IECEP KSA-ERC Chapter. Signed by Dr. Jodelix M. Sarcilia, Governor of IECEP Cavite Chapter. Signed by Engineer Teofilio Lorenzo S. Ongkiko III, Governor of IECEP Manila, and signed by Engineer Mark Philip G. Fernandez, Chair of IECEP Power Electronics Society. And on behalf of Attorney Di Malanta, to receive her certification, we have Engineer Mark Philip Fernandez, Chairman of IECEP Power Electronics Society. May we now call on the IECEP National President, the one, the only, Engineer Lyle Anthony Joel G. Villas, PECE, for his opening remarks. A warm round of virtual applause.
Morning. Naririnig ako, Engineer John and Engineer Alvin.
Yes, sir.
Okay, sige. Honorable Mona Lisa Di Malanta, Chairperson and CEO of the Energy Regulatory Commission, officers, Board of Directors, and trustees from IECEP National and various chapters present worldwide, IECEP Power Electronics Society leadership led by Chairman Mark Philip Fernandez, Vice Chair Erwin Eliazar, and Secretary Anthony Dishon, the IECEP PELS committee chairs, volunteers, the collaborating chapters, IECEP Bulacan, Manila, KSA-ERC, Cavite, and Mindoro, the esteemed technical speakers for the day, the IECEP general membership present, honorable guests, VIPs of the event, ladies and gentlemen, magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. First of all, of course, I convey my warmest greetings to one of the most active IECEP societies, the IECEP Power Electronics Society. Of course, I can't say na you are the most active because I am here right now. Baka may magalit na ibang society, no? But the general membership could attest to it, and I know all of the societies rather are doing their very best and fairest share to contribute to the mission of the organization for this year. No? And this year, as IECEP takes center stage, of course, as we still celebrate IECEP's masterpiece, as we call it, no, the 73rd year of existence of the organization, and we are already halfway through the year, and we continue to highlight our achievements, the organization's active achievements for the year, which focuses on the 8 pillars of yung binanggit kanina paulit-ulit ni Chair MP, no? The next level organizational agenda. That is composed, if you still not have seen it, of member-centric programs, people and process and performance improvements based on sheer competitiveness of our electronics professionals, corporate relations, structured-based learnings, innovative approach for the marketing and development of our profession, which all form a part of realizing what we call IECEP's next level. So the fourth iteration of this colloquium on clean power and energy, this is already the fourth, if I'm not mistaken, right? This is a proud brainchild of IECEP PELS, which continue to banner the role of electronics technicians and electronics engineers on power electronics and towards integrating it in today's digital world, sustainable technologies, and its competitive landscape. Parang kailan lang binubuo po ng Power Electronics Society. First iteration ito, no? Now you're already on its fourth iteration. And so I still enjoin each one of you to continue to build on your portfolio of skills, your competencies, and be at the forefront of each of your profession specializations. Not all of you here are inclined towards power electronics. Some, or maybe are looking on shifting towards power electronics. Power electronics also has its own footprint on all of our other various specializations. Of course, we all know we are into telecommunications, broadcasting, computer and ICT, biomedical electronics, building electronics, microelectronics, instrumentation and control. We have various emerging technologies. We have cybersecurity, artificial intelligence, robotics, automation. We have the academic side, the electronics engineering education, and many more. No? And each of these specializations of ours are interconnected and interrelated to each other. We may have our own diverse field of practices, pero lahat po yan are connected, no, to our electronics profession. Let's remember that, no? Hindi po yan magkakalaban, hindi po yan magkakompetisyon. They're all interrelated and interconnected in any way to each other. And so we continue to master, please, our specialization fields, please network and collaborate with fellow electronics professionals as we succeed together and we nurture relationships and our professional growth. And just a few more minutes, please let me share so far just a brief summary, no, of what we have done and what we have continued to banner. We are proud to banner a lot of firsts for the organization of the profession for this year, from IECEP National to the chapters and to the societies. And kung hindi pa po ninyo alam, we were given our fresh mandate as the PRC's IPO for the electronics engineering profession. That is until, if I'm not mistaken, May 2026, April or May 2026. So that is until 2026. IECEP still the PRC's accredited and integrated professional organization, the only one for the electronics engineering profession. So be proud of your organization. This is our one and only Institute of Electronics Engineers of the Philippines. Second, all of the societies, as you have been seeing right now, no, the accredited societies of the organizations have been empowered. No? They have been empowered to reach out to their own bases, to their own clientele, dun po sa mga kanya-kanya nilang fields of specialization, offering various activities as they see fit. No? Of course, alam naman po ng mga societies yan, the main thrust of the society is to produce specialists later on as what is needed from them from the Professional Regulation Commission. But they have been empowered as such to do activities such as this, no, as they see fit. And also, sooner or later, binanggit kanina ni Chair MP, no, if you remember on his opening remarks, that they will be lining up their 3-year CPD lineup, no, for the next 3 years. That is also fitting because as approved by the national board last year, and this is already being operationalized. No? Ginagawa na po on the background how it will be done. The activities, the soon to be offered CPD activities of the societies will now be administered in relation with the Electronics Engineers of the Philippines Foundation. No? So that signifies a working hand-in-hand relationship, again, between all of these stakeholders from the electronics engineering community. So IECEP Inc., we have the foundation, you have the chapters, you have the societies. No? So right now, kung di po ninyo kasi alam, no, ang CPD activity po na ito, this is a CPD activity, right? Nakita ko kasi sorry to mention, the Engineer Stanley Brocal on the list, no, one of the PRC CPD council, no? So that means to say that you are being monitored on this CPD activity. So whatever it is na nilatag kanina for as house rules for the CPD activity, as we always do for our webinars, sundin po ninyo iyon because that is needed for compliance to this CPD activity. So what am I trying to say here is that the societies would be more empowered later on that side. No? They will not be competing with the IECEP chapters. The societies are not in competition with the IECEP chapters. The societies are not a chapter in itself. Again, ang societies po, ang main thrust po niyan is to create and contribute and produce the next specialists of each specialization, but they are empowered to do other activities as well because we know that they are very much instrumental towards lifting further, no, bringing IECEP and the profession to our next level as we have been advocating for this year. Okay, let's shift to the chapters para lang din po aware we have a full pack number of participants, no, for this webinar. IECEP chapters have now received their chapter shares for their membership renewals. For the last 3 years that I have been in the national board, no, this is the only time that nagkaroon po ng naibigay po ang chapter share ng mga atin pong mga chapters, no. So we have been doing all of our best on the financial side para po iyon ma-share yung nararapat para po sa mga chapters natin because these chapter shares, if you see, no, nakita po ninyo yung ating membership structure sa IECEP. Whenever you do a membership, new membership or renewal of membership, there is a share for the chapter, there is a share for the national, the IECEP national, no. All of these are for the operating needs ng atin pong organization, both on the national and the chapter level. No? So this is also the thing that is us being a non-profit organization that is making us work, no, para lang po may share sa inyo. And this is very instrumental para po sa mga chapters po natin. So we are very proud for this year to have been able to release the chapter shares. Is very much needed by the chapters. No? Also, just, para alam din po ninyo, all of the chapters now have their own IECEP bank accounts. No? It says a lot about the financial housekeeping of IECEP. No? Before po, pero hindi naman natin ito sinusugarcoat o tinatago. Ang ating mga IECEP chapters po, may mga challenges yan, no, sa pag-open ng bank accounts. No? And a good majority of our IECEP chapters don't have their own bank accounts. Even the foreign chapters, no? Because meron po silang mga difficulties sa pag-open ng mga ganyan, being based abroad and all of the requirements as such. So, the IECEP National right now took that initiative para na po sa ating mga chapters to have their own bank accounts. Ano pong ibig sabihin nun again? No? You will be very sure na everything, all of your transactions na ginagawa with any of the chapters are going through a legitimate financial, no, mechanism, no, through those bank accounts. That is also needed for the good financial housekeeping of the organization. And we go through auditing and stuff, no, related to it. So yun po ang importance po niyan, no. Major breakthroughs on the side of IECEP financials. Of course, we continue to lead the support for the development natin, ng profession natin outside and external, no. Abangan po ninyo the e-Governance Act na lalabas, one of the priority bills of the BBM administration. Makikita po ninyo yun pag lumabas po yun. The footprint of IECEP and the electronics engineering profession. Of course, we don't want to pangunahan po iyan, pero malalaman po ninyo yun, no? Na talagang very much inclined towards the electronics engineering profession. Yun. Lalabas po na batas na iyon. We continue to be more active in participation with all of the other stakeholders in the government. That is the yung marching order pagdating po sa organizational agenda natin for the year. And as I have been preaching since the start of the year, we have to go external. Labas po sa atin. We all know, magkakakilala na po tayo dito. We all know who IECEP is. We all know our own identity as electronics engineers. But outside the organization, again, start of the year, we have that very, very challenge, no? Na hindi naman tayo talaga halos kilala. Now, we are reaping the benefits as we see, no? For the past half year, no? We have been participating. We have been invited into various engagements, no, on all of these stakeholders from the government, from the DTI, DPWH, to DILG, to TESDA, to the Civil Service Commission. And that is what is needed by our profession, no? More active participation on all of those that is nangangailangan po ng ating profession. Okay? And marami po yan, no? Na makikita naman ninyo yan from the website to the Facebook page. We are very transparent on such, no? Lahat po ng ginagawa natin across IECEP. Another one that I'd like to highlight is the endorsement of the resolution for lowering of the board exam passing percentage rates. Of course, we could all argue as such, no? Sabihin natin na we still haven't fully achieved the potential of our Republic Act 9292. But that doesn't mean to say that we will stop already from there, no? Ginagawa naman ng mga chapters, ginagawa naman ng mga societies ang mga best nila, no? To promote, to be able to expand, no, further the implementation of the law. And also, we need to do our part dun sa mga bagay na tingin natin matagal na rin pag-uusapan pero hindi na operationalize, no? As such, ito po yung isa doon. Marami na nag-usap dito na, no, we have some challenges on the passing percentage. We are the only profession employing a 70-70 passing percentage rate, no? As you all know, 70% 70% average, 70 not lower than 70% ang each of the subjects. No, we are the only board exam that is doing that. All of the others are on 70-50, no, 70-60. And as such, no, the national board has endorsed that to the PRC. And as a result, no, the PRC, the Professional Regulation Commission, and I just don't want to preempt, no. We have not posted anything about this, but I'm saying this first, no, to IECEP PELS and in this platform that we have already started the ball rolling on such. I'm very privileged to be included on one of the very first meetings with our mga lawmaker, no, na magsusulong po nito sa atin. And they have also some ideas, no, on how also to further strengthen ito pong ating mga lawmakers, to further strengthen our conduct of the electronics engineering board exam, because the main purpose of this at the end of the day is to produce more electronics engineers. It is very ironic that we are in the technology side of things right now. Digitalization has been very much binabanggit lagi. We are at the forefront of these technologies, and yet ang baba ng percentage ng passing ng mga electronics engineers. So that is somewhat ironic, and that is very much appreciated po ng ating mga lawmakers. Hopefully we get to see the official bill filed within the year. It will be a process, no? And we don't want to preempt anything again, but this is a major breakthrough. This has been, napag-usapan na po ito ilang beses na po, sobrang tagal na, no? Only operationalized through this year, no? Of course, the final endorsement has been made by the National Board for the CCTV Code of the Philippines, and to the Professional Regulation Commission, as you have all seen, no, karoon na po ng public forum. I think that would be the last hurdle on such, no, because the next step for that would be to incorporate all of those very minor details na binigay po ng ating mga stakeholders there, because walang problema sa mga stakeholders po natin. In fact, super excited na nga sila to when will it be out and adopted officially by PRC para po ma-endorse na rin namin with our individual agencies in the government. And I know the Power Electronics Society, and sorry baka mapangunahan ko, Chair MP, but I know they are developing one for the power electronics industry. And as I've said to him and the leadership of Power Electronics, no, though this has not been endorsed officially to the technical working group of the Electronics Code Committee po ng IECEP National, we look forward to that day po na alam ko pinaghihirapan ninyo ito. Again, para po sa alam ng mga membership natin na nandito, no, this is at no cost, no. Wala po silang, all love for the organization. And of course, some na maibigay po namin, no, na other intangibles na support sa kanila. But you have to appreciate the efforts of all of these stakeholders within the organization as well, from the chapters to the societies. Again, sabi ko nga kanina, they have been all doing their very best and fair share for the benefit of the profession. So if you want to offer yourself, naunahan ko na yan mamaya. Sa lunchtime yata babanggitin ni Chair MP, pasensya ka na, naunahan ko na, na-advertise ko na rin. Please, you're very much needed. Your help is very much needed for this, no? We continue to advocate as well compliances. Nabanggit ko kanina, and we have ordered the whole organization through the leadership of the chapters to comply and create your own CPDAS accounts. So for those who are here, who have not yet created, napakadali lang po, no? You could just search for those links that we have posted on website and on our Facebook page, and it has also been shared on your emails, no, through the newsletters and etc. How to create your PRC CPD account, no, through the PRC CPDAS. It will be your checks and balances po dun sa mga natin, no, CPD activities na kinoconduct natin. And that has also been one of our projects this year, no? So for each of every professionals natin na magkaroon ng CPDAS account para pagpunta naman ninyo sa pagre-renew ninyo ng ating mga lisensya. 'Di ba? Pinadali na nga po natin simula last year, no? From the membership side, pwede niyo pong gawin yan all online, no? And then on the side naman ng PRC CPD division and the PRC itself, pwede na po kayo sa totoo lang hindi na magdala ng mga certificates natin. But syempre, you have to have that CPDAS account, no, doon. Kasi nandun lahat ng mga CPD activities ninyo. Of course, provided, no, disclaimer, that the chapter or the society that has conducted that CPD activity has already complied and completed yung mga post-CPD completion activities. Yun po yung mga ginagawa ninyo, mga mag-input ng mga attendance ninyo, di ba? Evaluations and so on and so forth, no? That is the importance of SETS. Para alam niyo lang din po, no? In the next month, lalabas po ang official PCE listing database na i-integrate namin sa website, no? This is our response to those needed by the chapters and the local government units and other stakeholders ng atin pong profesyon. We're looking at nasan ba yung mga professional electronics engineers practitioners natin, no? This is very much needed for the implementation further ng RA 9292. So that's another project na it could be parang lang yan, ordinary listing, pero napakalaking impact po dyan para sa implementation ng RA 9292 po natin. We continue to banner external and corporate relations engagements, no, led by the external and corporate relations team po ng IECEP, which has led to several agreements, MOAs, that is for the benefit of the profession, no. Lahat po yan, binabanggit naman namin yan sa mga news outlets natin, social media things natin, no, from, banggitin lang ko lang iba, no, USAID, from the PCTA, NICP, PICTO, and many more, no. We continue to leverage as well, going outside, going beyond what is required from the national board, no, and the national office. We reach out to, kami na yung pumupunta. We try to reach out as much as possible dun sa malalaking conglomerates, organizations, companies ng practice ng profession natin through what we call the industries, no, or the industry technical reach out, immersion and promotion session. Doon na rin po namin nilalatag yung aggressive implementation ng institutional membership natin or institutional partnership. Again, I promote to the general membership. We have these institutional memberships, no. Ito po yung ginagawad natin dun sa mga organizations who want to be to help IECEP in particular in various ways, no, be a partner for whatever it is that we are doing. So we go to this company, we offer them institutional membership. Of course, we offer them something that maybe we could give, no. And also, syempre, as part of that, yun po yung hinihingi natin sa kanila, how they could support further the organization. What's the importance of this? It will go beyond the leadership of each and every officer or director na uupo po dito sa national. We don't want all of the efforts to be going down the drain pagbaba po namin dito and then another relationship will be made. Kaya po namin yung sinasabi na kung meron po kayo yung company ninyo, no, kami na po mismo lalapit, opera natin sila ng institutional membership. Another thing that is being developed there is kami na yung lumalapit para magkaroon tayo ng program. Matulungan namin yung company na yung mga electronics engineers dyan sa inyo, hindi na mahirapan na baka yung mga CPD programs ninyo pwede nang tulungan ni IECEP. Sorry, baka yung mga training programs na ginagawa ninyo internally or dyan sa mga companies ninyo could be converted, credited agad, or whatever, no, to be a CPD program in itself. Hindi na kayo lalabas sa organization ninyo. Something like that, no? Ganun yung mga pinoform namin ng mga programs with that institutional membership. So, if you have your companies na ready for such, or even if it's not ready, no, as long as they are open, baka hindi naman kasi namin ano lahat, no? We are looking at the top companies para sana yung hinahanap namin yung nasan yung concentration ng maraming ECEs. But if you are employed on such, no, please don't hesitate to reach out to any of your leaders on the organization para makarating po sa amin sa national, or you could reach out to me directly, no? Ako naman po laging may message yun naman po sa Facebook page or even sa national page, no? Any of the national board of directors and officers, no, for such. We continue to put in the work for the development of the IECEP organization further, no, in terms of mga ano natin, no, procedural things that we do in terms of achieving hopefully this year, no. We have been quite silent on this, no? Di namin masyado pinapangunahan kasi ayaw namin, sabi nga ng mga matanda, mabate, no? But hopefully, we could achieve some more milestones in terms of achieving QMS, no? ISO 901-2015 for the year. Efforts have been started already for such, but we are targeting hopefully to be certified, no, for the year. We continue to trailblaze events. Di po ninyo alam, we have our monthly IECEP Kausap. That is our way of reaching out to the general membership para may promote pa po namin itong mga sinasabi ko rito, no? And all of those things that have been ongoing sa organization, because hindi ko naman yan mababanggit lahat on one sitting lang. On the leadership side, be involved. Your governors should be on the monthly IECEP Governors Forum. All of these are our first, no, for the IECEP this year, no. Of course, we had recently concluded yung mga activities na ginagawa natin, no. Very successful, and maraming salamat po to the support of the general membership and everyone here. We have our Lakambini in Inyera 2023 participation. We have a lot of upcoming activities that we will be supporting, no? The IECEP Research Conference 2023 that will be on Cebu. The first IECEP Educator Summit 2023 happening on Quezon City on TIP. The IECEP Student Summit 2023 happening on Marikina. The IECEP First International Conference on Artificial Intelligence that will be happening on UAE. We have many more, no, na ginagawa po ng ating mga societies, no. Hindi ko na mabanggit lahat. Puntahan niyo na lang yung mga pages nila in groups, no. And also, of course, the highlight of the year, no, the 73rd Annual General Membership and Convention that will be happening on Novotel, Quezon City. And so we invite every one of you. We are now on the regular registration po, no, available via virtual. We would love to have you also on face-to-face. The virtual side, it will be a different twist, no? It will be a different twist. We will be employing not the regular Zoom platform. It will be a more interactive platform para lang din po sa inyo at para din sa ating mga tawag dito, mga sponsors natin, no? So that it will be a more interactive session, and also in between our mga attendees. Kasi dito sa Zoom, yes, we get to talk, no, here, collaborate, through the chat, no. Pero syempre doon sa virtual, we want to explore other things, no, na we could do this na a more collaborative setting for each one of us kahit through virtual ito, no. So hopefully it will be a successful one on that end kasi it will be the first time that we will be trying it out, but you're positive, no, sana maging maganda yung experience din natin on such, no. And so it shall be a very exciting second half of 2023, and maraming salamat po IECEP Power Electronic Society and the collaborating chapters for giving me this platform. Apologies. Alam ko hanggang 9 o'clock lang yung dapat yung opening ceremony, and I took so much of your precious time, and I still enjoin please the society to continue giving your very best in all of your endeavors for your clientele, your client base, the future specialists the future power electronics specialists. And syempre, for all of IECEP's beloved stakeholders and its general membership, the masterpiece here of electronics professionals continues. It's here, and please also continue planting seeds of professional growth through your unwavering love and support for the benefit of the profession. No? We are all doing this para may kayat namin kayo, ma-inspire pa po kayo that this is an organization, this is a profession that I should love. No? And we are very happy to multiply, dumadami pa po yung mga nagiging future leaders and future contributors for the organization and the profession. And again, my congratulations on the occasion of this fourth colloquium on clean power and energy. And kung hanggang maging ilang iterations pa po ito, hopefully you don't get lost on the number, no? Especially in the future, no? Pag ilan na kaya ito sa sobrang daming beses na namin siya ginagawa. So congratulations again in advance to everyone, led by IECEP Power Electronic Society and the collaborating chapters na binanggit ko po kanina. Mabuhay po kayong lahat. Mabuhay ang IECEP Power Electronic Society and all of the collaborating chapters. Mabuhay ang profesyon, mabuhay ang IECEP. Magandang umaga po sa inyo lahat. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Pres Lyle, for a heartfelt and very informative message. On behalf of the Power Electronics Society team, we would like to thank you for blessing us with your presence and message today. Allow me to read the citation. Institute of Electronics Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated, Power Electronics Society, IECEP Inc., Society Accreditation Number 2, Certificate of Appreciation. This certificate is hereby presented to Engineer Lyle Anthony Joel G. Villas, PECE, in sincere acknowledgement with his invaluable contribution as guest of honor and speaker for the fourth colloquium on power and electronics, power and clean energy, given this 12th day of August 2023. Signed, Engineer Christian P. Inoval, Governor IECEP Bulacan Chapter. Signed, Engineer Gerald U. Chokson, Governor IECEP Mindoro Chapter. Signed, Engineer Muhammad Ali B. Mauna, Governor IECEP KSA-ERC Chapter. Signed, Dr. Jodelix M. Sarcilia, Governor IECEP Cavite Chapter. Signed, Engineer Chofilo Lorenzo S. Ongkinko III, Governor IECEP Manila, and signed, Engineer Mark Philip G. Fernandez, Chair of IECEP Power Electronics Society. Thank you very much, Pres Lyle.
Maraming salamat po. Maraming salamat, Power Electronics Society, PELS, Engineer Alvin, Engineer John. Maraming salamat.
Thank you so much, Pres Lyle. Now, may we invite everyone to open their cameras for our first Zoom photo op with Pres Lyle. Thank you.
Miss Jovi, may pa-cue na lang po sa Zoom picture taking. Thank you.
Ayan po. In 1, 2, 3, smile. Another one po. 1, 2, 3, smile. Ayan, next slide po. Hanggang 6 slide po ito. 1, 2, 3, smile. Ayan, another one. 1, 2, 3, smile. Ayan, thank you so much po. You can close your cameras na po. Thank you po.
Thank you very much, Miss Jovi May. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much for your participation. Now, to give us an overview of the entire colloquium, may we call on Engineer Antonio L. Dixon Jr., Secretary of IECEP Power Electronic Society. The stage is yours, Sec Tony.
Thank you very much, Sir Alvin and Nico, for excellently moderating our event. Once again, good morning, colleagues, students, practitioners, resource speakers, ISEP national boards, collaborating chapters, and guests. The theme today is ISEP PELS, bringing forth emerging trends in power electronics towards sustainable energy transition. The shift towards using renewable energy for electricity generation and consumption contributes to a sustainable energy transition that addresses the global concern of increasing CO2 emissions. Indeed, the Colloquium series of Power Electronics Society aims to uphold the vital scientific, state-of-the-art developments and educational aspects of power electronics and its applications towards sustainable nation building. The colloquium is composed of two parts. We have the AM session and PM session. For today, we have 5 technical sessions from local and foreign professionals. For the AM session, we have the alumnus of Chung-Yuan Christian University, Taiwan, or our first speaker, and the second speaker is an operations engineer from Shell Philippines Exploration BV. Next slide, please. For the PM session, the third speaker will be a senior manager from Advanced Energy Inc. And then the fourth speaker is a supervisor from Oriental Mindoro Electric Cooperative Inc. And then the last speaker would be the lecturer from University of Technology and Applied Sciences from Muscat, Oman. So I think we're very excited for today's event. Let's sit back and learn. Thank you very much for the attention.
Thank you so much, Sir Tony, for that great overview of today's event. For our first talk, she is a licensed electronics engineer with over 7 years of accumulated experience in research, fiber optic comms, and power electronics industry. She took up her bachelor's degree in the Lyceum of the Philippines University, Laguna. During her undergraduate years, she has served as the president in IECEP LPU Laguna student chapter. She was also involved in student publication as a chief photojournalist and then as an associate editor. She was recognized as one of the outstanding UNESCO Club youth leaders and later on became a member of UNESCO Young Professionals of the Philippines for Education and Science Technology Committee. She earned her Master of Science in Electrical Engineering from Chung-Yuan Christian University in Taiwan as a full-time scholar, wherein she discovered her passion in renewable energy. Her research interest was in the techno-economic assessment aspect of renewable energy systems. During her time as an international student, she was also a part of the Association of Filipino Scholars in Taiwan, or AFST, and the Filipino Researchers and Students in Taiwan, first as the Secretary General. Today, she will share about the techno-economic assessment of renewables in energy storage in a regional power system. Let us all welcome Engineer Lady RVP Magararu, MSEE, from the Department of Electrical Engineering of Chung-Yuan Christian University in Taiwan.
All right, thank you, Engineer Guevara. Let me share my screen. All right. Good morning, everyone. To our guest speaker, Honorary Mona Lisa de Malanta, our ISEP National President, Engineer Lyle Villas, our Chair MP, Engineer MP Fernandez, Dr. Angelo Beltran, along with all the organizers, staff, faculty, and members of the Power Electronics Society. Good morning. Thank you very much for having me today. I am grateful to have a chance to share something about renewable energy. So today's first topic is about techno-economic assessment of wind farms and energy storage in a regional power system. The outline of our topic is First is introduction, economics of power generation, then energies used in power systems, simulation and methodology, data and results, then summary and future studies. So let's go on to the introduction. We have continuously increasing electricity demand. We can see in 2022, there is a 3.5% increase in the Philippines, and then worldwide, it's 2.8%. This demand is being catered mostly by using fossil fuels in power generation. However, this contributes to high emission of greenhouse gases. And it is anticipated that over a long time, fossil fuels could be depleted. And the resource will increase in price and it will contribute to higher carbon emissions. So what we want is to study integrating renewable energy systems to mitigate these carbon emissions. However, the renewable energies are known to be variable and intermittent because it depends on the time of day for solar PV or weather conditions or different seasons. That's why we need to also assess what type of energy storage material or energy system we want to include in the power system or the hybrid power system. For economics of power generation, this is about determining the price per unit cost of production of electrical energy. For example, how many pesos per kilowatt hour are we paying each month for our electricity consumption. The main challenge is that how to determine the lowest possible cost so that there will still be adequate profit to guarantee a reliable service to the users. Economic analysis parallel to engineering economy involves formulating, estimating, and evaluating outcomes. Earlier, our guest speaker mentioned about the plans of the Philippines to increase renewable energies. So these plans, we can have prior studies to assess if we will reach them or what's the energy generation mix for example, 2025 or 2030. And that will be helpful for our stakeholders to assess the next plan of for the Philippine power system. Or for example, for Luzon only, Mindanao, or Visayas. For economic factors, we can consider different things. First is the capital cost, which is the amount of money required in the beginning of a project. For example, we want to integrate a new wind farm or solar farm, and the first cost, initial cost we need at the beginning of the project is the capital cost. And then operation and maintenance cost, we have variable and fixed costs. The expense to continuously run and maintain the power plant. And then project lifetime is the assumed length of time the power plant will be providing service. And then interest, the cost of, for example, we want to borrow money at the start of the project, and then through financial institution and bank, the depreciation, on the other hand, is the decreasing value of the equipment over its lifetime due to constant wear and tear. And then economic indicators. So there's many other economic indicators, but for this session, we'll focus on this because the study or the software we're gonna use later is will show the output of NPC, LCOE, and ROI in the payback year. NPC is, or it's similar to the life cycle cost, a component is the present value of all cost of the system over its lifetime, minus the present value of all the revenue. Then return of investment is the yearly cost savings in relation to the initial investment. And then simple payback is so we have a estimate on how much time or how long we need to recover the original cost of the whole project. So here are the energies used in the power system. There are, we already know wind energy, it transforms kinetic energy in the wind to mechanical energy, solar energy, conversion of light into electricity or solar irradiance, and then hydro, conversion of energy from flowing water into electricity. So from the conventional power system that we're using, we're burning fossil fuels like gas, coal, and diesel, and then converting it to usable electricity for the consumers. Similar to that, renewable energy also is converting some form of energy into a usable form for to be used by the consumers. We also have geothermal, nuclear energy, biomass, fossil fuel. So what I want to emphasize is for a span of 20 years, from 2002, we are using or depending mostly on fossil fuels until the mid of around 2005, where we start integrating solar PVs and wind farms and biomass into our energy generation mix. So this is in megawatts. But this is just a portion of, if we compare it to geothermal and hydropower plants that we have in the Philippines, the installed capacity as of 2022 is around 10 megawatts for, 10 gigawatts for hydro and also for geothermal. And then energy storage, an energy storage system. So basically, if we have an excess of electricity production or energy production, we can store it in the energy storage. And then when the time comes that there's a shortage, this can supply to the missing, to the highest demand. And then there's many other energy storage like pump hydro storage, lithium, like energies, other energies for hydro in pump hydro storage, nickel, cadmium, lithium ion. But the one we're gonna use for this research is lithium ion, because most of our electronics, electric vehicles also are using this. So we want to assess if we're gonna use this in a large scale in a regional setup. Can it cater to the current demand of that studied location? For simulation and methodology, this software, Homer, which stands for Hybrid Optimization of Multiple Electric Renewables, is the one we use to simulate this scenario. There are many other also software that can do this, but Homer has the capability to study different scenarios with the input of economics, and then model different technologies like we have different components, PV, wind turbine, batteries, and then also input about the grid and different loads. So, for example, we have a wind turbine component. This will have a corresponding wind resource. So there will be a specific resource for a specific component in the software, wherein we can put time series data that will represent the actual data in a studied location. This can be a historical data or a synthetic data that we model based on the previous published researches, or maybe we have information from we buy information from a statistical group or something like that. So what information we need to model this in Homer? So first, we have location, estimated load, components, resources, and then input data of cost estimates. This also we can assess different scenarios, for example, small scale only for residential, commercial, and industrial use. It can also be off-grid or on-grid, and then this software can calculate energy balance considering all possible combinations to determine the technical and economic feasibility. So aside from residential, considering like small scale or regional, we can also try to model for the whole country, or we have the inputs from different sources, for example, Department of Energy, Philippine Statistics, and the like. Or if we don't have that data, we can have a look for world data and then try to model it based on the studied location. So for this one, we are considering 3 scenarios. The base scenario is we have 6 regional, we have 6 thermal power plants. And then this is connected to a electrical load, and then also connected to the grid. And then we will compare it to using wind farm. So the number here represents how many components is connected to that power grid. And then the case 2, we have 2 wind farms. And then for the case 3 is assessing integrating the renewable energy storage, which is the lithium-ion batteries. And then we will consider 3 different prices for this lithium-ion battery, because prices of the batteries is not yet fixed. So we have grouped it into average low cost, medium cost, and then high cost, and simulate what will be the levelized cost of electricity based on the different scenarios. So for the peak load, we model it by having the peak load and then what's this? The hourly load profile for 1 day. So this is 24 points data, and then use a 365-day historical peak load. From here, we can generate an electric load profile for 1 year. That will be the input in our software. And then, for the thermal generators, there are many options in the software that we can select. But if we want to define a specific capacity or installed capacity, we can use the generic large generator set. We have the information of what is the maximum capacity for each thermal generators, and then because this is already existing in the regional grid, our capital cost and replacement cost are set to 0, and then just input for the variable operational cost and the lifetime and minimum load ratio. For this, there is a difference of schedule on and off. So here we model the weekdays and weekends. So the small part is representing the weekends, and then this part is the weekdays. So for weekdays, around 7 to 11 p.m., the generators are set to force on. And then for the other time of day, it's set to optimize. So the system will, or the software will select if it's gonna be on or off depending on the time of day. And then this is the input for the wind farms. The data is actually measured data in the Strait of Taiwan. So this serves as the wind resource for the wind farms that we want to study. So the maximum capacity is 24 megawatt. This is the number of wind turbines multiplied by the capacity of the wind turbine per wind farm. And then we need to set the capital cost, replacement cost, and then O&M cost for the 2 wind farms. So from there, we will have a representation of the average monthly wind speed in the software. And then for the third case, we will consider different costs for the lithium-ion battery. So we want to know how many batteries we need, to buy to be able to cater to this amount of electrical load while it's connected to the grid and then thermal generators and all. So we can see here, there will be different results in the software. For example, what type of generation mix, and then the average power per month, what's the energy purchase from the grid, and then hourly average fuel consumption. And the simulated wind energy summary for the wind turbine for the 7.5 megawatts and then 4.2 megawatts wind farm. The total production of electricity for wind farm 1 is 589 gigawatt hour per year, and then 900 gigawatt hour per year for wind turbine 2. The levelized cost of this wind turbine 1 is around 3.4 NT per kilowatt hour, and then for wind farm 2 is 2.88 kilowatt hour. Considering the different prices, the lowest cost, if we consider the lowest cost of the energy storage, the optimized number of batteries we need is 232. This is simulating only one megawatt for the battery. So this represents we need a total of 232 megawatt for case 3A, and then for case 3B only 151 optimized capacity, and then for case 3, which is the highest cost, only 3 batteries are needed. But you can see here, it looks like the battery is not being utilized at all if we consider the highest cost for the lithium-ion batteries. Then, looking at the economic indicators, the net present cost for the base system or using only thermal power plants or the conventional power system is the highest, still the highest NPC. And then the lowest NPC is case 3A, which is considering the lowest cost of the energy storage. And then same is observed with looking at the levelized cost of electricity. The highest will be case 1, the base scenario, and then the lowest will be case 3A. Then the fastest simple payback here also is case 3A of around less than 7 years. And looking at the summary of emissions, the lowest emission also that the system considered is case 3A, lowest carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide, and other harmful emissions. The lowest scenario is still case 3A. So integrating the wind energy to the regional power system can lower carbon emission by 16.9%. And this presents a low levelized cost of electricity of around 3.48 kilowatts for wind farm 1 and 2.88 kilowatt or 2.88 NT per kilowatt hour for wind farm 2. And then case 3A is the most feasible system with an energy storage of 274 megawatt hour, offering the lowest NPC, levelized cost of electricity, and payback year of around 400 NT in billion, and then 3.9 NT for the levelized cost, and 6.7 years as a simple payback year. And so this one is just like a model for other studies, for example, we want to check what if we integrate renewable energy in our houses, it decrease our electricity cost, or it's not feasible in our location, because this software can also simulate what specific, for example, comparing the solar irradiance in Mindoro or in Manila, it will have a variance. And then we can see maybe if in Mindoro, the best renewable energy we can use is wind or solar or hydro. So we can simulate different cases using this software or maybe another software. But in Homer, we can assess different inputs for economics, and then sizing problem, finding the best optimized size for the power grid or power system that we want to study. So here we have uncertainties incorporated in renewable energies, but that cannot be simulated in Homer. So maybe we can have another software simulation tool to help us decide to consider the different uncertainties. And then also input data, it should be, if we're studying, for example, a place in the Philippines, the local data must be used, because data from international references maybe could be representing from what is the actual scenario in our local region or community. For the regional grid future studies, sensitivity variables could be considered, such as different tariff, capital cost, and fuel prices, and further optimization and sensitivity analysis. So these are just the references, and that's all. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Engineer Magararo, for your presentation. That was really something. And partner, and it's only the first talk, and we've all learned a lot. Now we'll open the floor for the question and answer forum. All the questions that we parked earlier will be flashed on our screens. Your moderators will read each question and will be subsequently answered by our dear speaker. Do you have any questions? If you have other questions that you haven't posted in the chat box, you may unmute your microphone so that our speaker can, yeah, we have the first question. Partner?
For our first question, is that tool or platform is somewhat the same on the management side of a particular electric provider or operator? An example, Meralco on the power grid.
Okay, thank you for the question. This study actually is a research we conducted while studying in Taiwan. So this is the power sector in Taiwan as to assess the whole grid or the whole power generation mix in Taiwan. And then we represented it using this software. So I cannot answer if this is being used currently for local utility companies in the Philippines. But I believe this can be used also if there's for example, in Meralco or government sector or private sector that wants to model if they want to invest in, for example, making a solar farm in somewhere in the Philippines or integrating a new wind farm in the Philippines or any location. This tool can also be used and help them assess if it's feasible or not, or project if they have a plan and if they're gonna reach it in a specific year, something like that. I hope I answered your question.
Question, engineer, there's another question on the chat box. Renewable energy is need a license or approval to install? Question from Engineer Eliseo Junior de Lima.
Hello, sorry.
Oh,
Hello.
can would you like to repeat the question? Okay. Ito muna. Is renewable energy in need of a license or approval to install? I think that is the question.
I believe there's a specific what's this size or regulation that needs for approval. Maybe someone from license. For sure, we have regulations on how to install or if we need to connect to the grid. But if it's just like solar panel for lighting, simple lighting systems, or less than 1 kilowatt, I think we can have it on our homes. But if it's a large scale, or for if we need to connect it to the grid, maybe that's the time that we need approval. But there are there are people specialized in installing, and they are trained to install, for example, solar panel in houses or regional grid. But if it's just small scale, I think we can have our own like experiment, or no need approval if it's something like that. But if it's to support your own electricity consumption of a house, it's safe. It's more safe to have it assessed by professional or trained individuals.
Thank you very much, engineer, for your answer. Partner?
All right. Now for our next question coming from Sec Tony himself, can we also replicate the methodology of the study here in the Philippines setting,
I,
or
I
do we need to create different case scenarios suitable for the country profile?
let me share again for a while. I want
Okay, permission to speak, moderators.
Yes, po, Chairman.
Okay, so going back to the question number two, actually, no, when it comes to renewable energies, no, if it depends actually on the scale of the renewable energy systems that we are talking with, no. For example, if we are going to install solar energy to our residential or commercial establishments, no, the Department of Energy actually is the regulatory body in the Philippines, no, when it comes to installing renewable energy. And in fact, actually, they are encouraging us to install different types of renewable energy, and that includes solar energy, no, which is where I'm focusing at right now. Now, it comes to permits, no, there are lots of permits that we need to consider also, no, especially if we are going to connect that to our electrical grid, no. So for example, in the case of residential PV systems, no, all you have to do is contact your trusted partner or your contractor in renewable energy with a reputable track record. Okay. And in fact, actually, we have a lot of ECE professionals right now that are engaged in solar energy and other renewable energy as well. Now, if we are going to interconnect that to the electrical grid, okay, that's where we need a permit, no? It's called the electrical permit and the LGU permit, no? So we need to comply with the relevant electrical codes, no? Philippine electrical codes. And later on, actually, we will discuss our proposal for the electronics code in on power and clean energy in relation to solar energy, no? Now, when it comes to utilities, we need to seek approvals with the Department of Energy, the Board of Investments, and others, no? So for us to comply with certain regulatory requirements. But to answer the question, you need to seek approval from the Department of Energy when it comes to utility grade or utility scale PV plants or other renewable energies. Now, for the residential and commercial, if you are going to interconnect that to your electrical grid or to your distribution utility, if I may say so, you need a permit from your local government units, particularly on the office of the building officials, no, and to your respective electric companies. All right. Thank you. So I hope we answered that question, sir, no, with regards to the permissions or permits. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman MP, for that insightful additional information for the discussion. Now let's proceed to the continuation of our question and answer forum. Partner, let's go back to the question number 3.
All right, thank you for that, partner. Again, to our speaker today, Engineer Magararu, the third question is, can we also replicate the methodology of the study here in the Philippine setting, or do we need to create a different case scenarios suitable for the country profile?
Yes, we need to create a new scenario, but the structure or how we represent the
Tawagan mo
data
daw si tita.
or the capacity and different economic factors, we can follow or we can make this study into as a baseline on how we represent or adjust the inputs that we need to model the scenario for the Philippines. So this one is a different study, but this is considering the whole power grid in Taiwan. So we have the information on we have different technology like gas, coal, oil, and then hydro, and all the other energies, technologies that they are using in the country. So for this one, we have the historical data for 2018 power mix in Taiwan. And then what we did was model this in the software and then check the electrical generation per technology if it's less than 5% difference with what we have output in the software, and then use that base structure to model or project different scenarios for 2025. So maybe we can follow that similar concept if we want to study a specific year or model a region in the Philippines.
Ayan, thank you so much, Engineer Magararu, for that wonderful answer. I think we have two more questions, partner.
Yes, partner. The next question is, is there any open source software we can use to conduct the simulation, engineer?
So actually the software we use, Homer, is purchase software or we need to purchase a license to use that software. But if we're looking for open source, that one have like a 1 month free trial, and then we need to have a subscription. I don't know if there's any open source with similar capability, but there are simple simulation tools that are open source. But if the capability to assess the economic side and then different scenarios and model different factors, as of now, I don't know if there's a available freeware or open source to conduct this kind of simulations.
All right, thank you so much for that, Engineer Magararo. Now for our last question. Is Homer capable of modeling EV charging as well as vehicle to grid technology? This is a question from Engineer Carlos Leniel Origenes.
Alright. When I use this software, they don't have this capability to model EVs and connect it to the grid. But I've read that they have the update that can cater this kind of technology because really this EV is really ramping up also. So they also modified or upgraded their software to cater this kind of technology.
I see. Thank you for that answer, Ms. Engineer Magararo. Now, is there any other questions so far, partner?
I think that's all for us today. We can move on with the awarding of certificates.
Well, let's move on. Moving on, to honor our dear speaker for today's talk, we hereby present this certificate of appreciation. Let me read the citation. Institute of Electronics Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated Power Electronic Society, IECEP Inc., Society Accreditation Number 2, Certificate of Appreciation. This certificate is hereby presented to Engineer Lady R.V. Magararo in sincere acknowledgement with her invaluable contribution as a resource speaker for the 4th Colloquium on Power and Clean Energy with the topic Techno-Economic Assessment of Renewables and Energy Storage in a Regional Power System, given this 12th day of August 2023, signed Engineer Christian P. Inoval, Governor of IECEP Bulacan Chapter, signed Engineer Gerald U. Chokson, Governor IECEP Mindoro Chapter, signed Engineer Muhammad Ali B. Mauna, Governor IECEP KSA-ERC Chapter, signed Dr. Jodelix M. Sarcilia, Governor IECEP Cavite Chapter, signed Engineer Trujillo Lorenzo S. Ongkinko III, Governor IECEP Manila, and lastly, signed Engineer Mark Philip G. Fernandez, Chairperson of IECEP Power Electronic Society. Congratulations, Engineer Magararo.
Thank you very much, everyone.
All right, now we'll have our 15-minute health break for everyone. Please feel free to walk away from your computer screens or mobile phones to attend to personal matters and bio breaks. We will resume our event after exactly 15 minutes. Please be back by 10:25 a.m. Thank you.
Advanced energy powers the world around us by providing the precision power products required to manufacture and test many high-tech and industrial products, and many common household items that are ingenious in their own quiet way. Manufacturing the things we use and encounter each day requires an unbroken chain of innovation that begins with specific applications of power. With our precision power products, there's no room for error. And there's no comparison to our expertise at finding new ways to make the production, testing, and shaping of materials simpler, more reliable, and more affordable. Our purpose is to enable the innovations of our customers, so they in turn can meet the needs of their customers. Around the world, at home and at work, products made with advanced energy power are everywhere. From the thermal control products we provide to heat glass and steel, and the power needed to apply thin protective films to architectural glass. Manufacturers rely on our high and low voltage systems to deliver impressive performance and accuracy across a wide variety of modules and applications. No matter how complex the technology, our innovations are dedicated to helping our customers develop products that improve the lives of their customers. We even provide power for lasers used in laser eye surgery, electrosurgery, and cosmetic medicine, and the high voltage pulses needed for defibrillators and lasers to break up kidney stones. The power for mass spectrometers used in drug, water, and food testing, and in clinical and laboratory testing. As our customers innovate, we work to transform the future with them, wherever they are in the world. This makes our innovations global and personal. Precision, power, and performance. These words define our dedication to shaping and transforming power, and to doing our part to make each day a little more magical than the day before.
I'm excited to have joined Advanced Energy during this landmark year, our 40th anniversary as a global power solutions leader. Our celebration highlights two key factors that differentiate AE. First, our innovation in precision power, conversion, and measurement. And second, the talented people who make this possible. It's an incredible story. Doug Schatz, Advanced Energy's co-founder, the first of many people at Advanced Energy to dream big, initially made power supplies in his home. Over the years, we have grown by developing leapfrog technologies that exceeded customer expectations. R&D has powered our business, and it still does. Worldwide, we have built a thriving ecosystem of global design centers and manufacturing facilities. Our ultimate goal is to deliver high-quality, best-in-class products and services to our customers. In recent years, we've grown rapidly, both organically and through acquisition, including Artisan Embedded Power in 2019. Today, Advanced Energy is the clear global leader in precision power. Our products are critical enablers for some of the most advanced manufacturing processes in the world. And our products help to power critical industrial, medical, data center computing, telecom, and networking equipment. With years of groundbreaking technology and strategic partnerships, you might think that tells the full story. But when you ask why Advanced Energy, customers talk about our people and the exceptional customer experience we deliver. We listen, we innovate, we collaborate, and we're passionate about our customer success. Today, at 40 years of age, we have over 10,000 employees, and we're growing. Our can-do culture, our deep technical expertise, and our collaborative approach to problem solving make Advanced Energy a great place to work. To kick off our celebration, I'd like to extend a heartfelt thank you to our employees for their commitment, talent, and passion, to all that you have built over the past 40 years. To our suppliers, thank you for your continued partnership and your support. And to our customers, you're the reason we're here, and we're committed to your success. And finally, to our long-term investors, thanks for your support over the years. For 40 years, Advanced Energy has been a proven power solutions leader. Now our innovative precision power conversion and measurement solutions are at the center of the fourth industrial revolution. We truly power the future. Thanks to all who have made it possible. And here's to 40 more years of growth and success.
Yo, yo, yo! What's up, classmates? Hi, I'm Julius Nocon, and welcome to Adamson University, the nest of the soaring falcons, and your second home while you're at home. Kamusta, guys? How's everyone doing? Okay lang ba kayo? As we all know, Adamson U has adopted full online education. This means classes will be done online until we can all safely go back to the campus. But for now, San Marcelino will be in our fingertips. Classes will be held on our newly acquired Adamson U Blackboard, an online learning platform where we can share school files with our professors, teachers, and students. Now, while we wait for the resumption of the face-to-face classes, I'll be giving you a glimpse, tamang pahapyaw lang, of what's it like to be an Adamsonian and to be in Adamson. Get ready for the taste of the classmate experience. Let's talk about a short history of Adamson University. Adamson University was founded as the Adamson School of Industrial Chemistry by a Greek chemist named Dr. George Lucas Adamson on June 20, 1932. It became a pioneer in technological education here in the country, with programs in engineering and the sciences. Leadership was transferred to the Congregation of the Mission, or the Vincentians, in 1964. Yes, Adamson U is a Catholic institution, with St. Vincent de Paul, the founder of the congregation, as its patron saint. Today, Adamson U has 40 undergraduate programs, with 33 having been accredited by various accrediting bodies here in the country. It also has ties with numerous companies and is one of the few universities that has a commercialized invention by its own spin-off company, Envigor. Learning the classmate way. We have a very distinct name for all our fellow Adamsonians. Can anyone guess? Yes, tama. Here at Adamson U, we are all classmates. Pero kuya and ate, Ano pa nga ba ang meron sa Adamson? For your academics, we have a lot in store for you. Our teachers underwent training specifically for online education to ensure efficiency and continuity for your learning. We also have our brand new Dr. Carlos Chu Center for Technology Innovation and Research that has 31 brand new classrooms, 5 computer laboratories, and 6 student centers. We also have a world-class laboratory bannered by our chemistry laboratory, which is recognized as one of the biggest in the Asian region. Being able to fit at least 12 classes simultaneously. Wow! Speaking of laboratories, Adamson U also has a specialized lab for 3D printing. Neat, isn't it? Our computer and Mac laboratories are also equipped with the latest softwares for you to use. Now, if you're more of a reader type or you're just looking for a good place to study, there's no place like our Leandro Montañana library. We also have Adamson U bookstore where you can buy academic materials and university merchandise. And before I forget, Adamson U is equipped with Wi-Fi connection. To connect, you just have to type your student number and designated password. And voila! You have internet connection for your academics and extracurriculars. We can't wait to have you back, classmates. But for now, let's just take a short tour around the campus. Around Adamson U. Once we get back to San Marcelino, you might wanna ask, saan po kayo tumatambay para mag-aral? O kapag wala kayong klase, ano po ang mga magagandang tambayan at mga must-see sa campus? Don't you worry, we got you covered! Adamson U has hangout places where you and your classmates can study or just socialize. Let's see. Madami lugar sa ato eh. There's the SD Quad, the CS Walkway, our canteens in SV, ST, OC, NCS, Garden Cafe. Wait, eto na talaga. Kung gusto mo pa makilala ang Adamson at si Adamson mismo, you can visit the Adamson U Museum at the St. Vincent Building. This houses the history of the university since it was founded in 1932. It's transferred to the Vincentians and until today. So if you're feeling a bit nostalgic, yes, for our arts enthusiasts, we have the Adamson Theater and the University Gallery. These cultural centers feature free theater plays and art exhibits from national and international artists. If you're looking for spiritual solace, somewhere quiet, peaceful, somewhere to reflect, we have the San Vicente de Paul Parish and the University Chapel at the ST area. Beside the SV building is the Adamson U Gym and Covered Court, where our soaring falcons train. Trivia, mga classmates, they live in the Falcon's Nest 1 and 2, beside
Dear guests and participants, please stand by. Today's fourth colloquium on power and clean energy will resume shortly. Thank you. May we call on Chairman Mark Philip G. Fernandez for some announcements and important message. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, moderator. Can you hear me loud and clear?
Yes, Chairman.
Okay, so I'll be sharing some announcements, no, and acknowledgements on this morning session. So permission to share my screen. Let me share some acknowledgements and announcements as well, no? Okay. All right. So before we start for the second topic, no, I would like to acknowledge the presence of our men and women in Adamson University, no, together with the dean from Adamson University Engineering Department, Engineer Evelyn Ragindin. Good morning po. Dr. Angela Beltran, good morning, Chairman. And to our ECE department in Adamson University, my alma mater, no. So I graduated there year 2000. So tawag sa amin noon mga millennial graduates, no. So yun yung kainitan nung millennium bag, no. Okay. Then second is I'd like to acknowledge the presence also of our chairman from the Technical Committee number 91, no, from the Department of Trade and Industry, Bureau of Philippine Standards, Engineer Silverio Navarro Jr. Good morning, Sir Silver. Good morning po. And lastly, our honorable guest from the Advanced Energy, Engineer Erickson Aquino. Good morning, sir. He is the head in the engineering for the EMC compliance, no, in Advanced Energy, and one of our colleagues as well during the recent Bureau of Philippine Standards Summit, no. So good morning po sa inyo mga ma'am sirs, no, and welcome po sa ating fourth colloquium on power and clean energy. And lastly, no, mga ka-IECEP, no, I would like to also announce that we will be having another event, no, collaborative event this coming August 26, Saturday, at from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. So ito isa sa mga collaborative efforts, no, ng ating society at ng ating organization, no, with the Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines, no, particularly to our IIEE Southern Oman chapter or SOC, and together with the Institute of Electronics Engineers of the Philippines Oman chapter, headed by Governor Joel C. Arjona. Engineer Joel C. Arjona is also one of our co-chairmen in the IECEP Power Electronics Society Codes and Standards Committee, no. So as mentioned nga kanina, we have initiated or activated, no, yung paggawa po ng ating kauna-unahang power electronics code, no, or the proposed electronics code on power and clean energy. So we dub it as electronics code in power and clean energy because of the fact that we are now living in a clean energy world, no. So importante na mabigyan natin ng magandang slogan ng ating electronics code. So to give you an idea, later on, no, i-share ko na rin yung in detail. Our first proposed, no, electronics code on power and clean energy will be revolving on solar PV systems, no. And now together with our colleagues, no, from IEEE and from other industries, no, as well in solar energy, IECEP National through IECEP Power Electronics Society have been collaborating with them together with the Bureau of Philippine Standards, no, in the regulation of the PV products in the market, no. So in fact, we are also getting in touch with the Department of Energy, and ngayon, no, invited po as one of our VIP guest speakers or guests si chairman, no, sa ERC. So with this, no, with these collaborations that you are seeing right now, mga ka-PELS, no, at mga ka-IECEP, we really need your help to strengthen or to further do a resolve in our initiatives no sa society natin moving forward. So later this afternoon or this lunchtime, I will share to you some of the milestones and achievements ng ating society and yung ating nabanggit nga ni President Lyle kanina no, yung ating 3-year CPD program of activities. Okay? So nasimulan na po natin to sa colloquiums no for the past 2 years we made 4 colloquium already no. So we intend to intensify our efforts no, and this time we will add more programs. So later i-discuss po namin yan. So tutok lang po kayo mga ka-IECEP, mga ka-PELS no, at panoorin po natin at makinig po tayo doon sa mga susunod na speakers ngayong umaga na to at ngayong hapon. Maraming salamat po at magandang umaga po ulit sa inyong lahat. Back to you, moderator.
Thank you so much, Chairman MP, for that wonderful message, announcements, and reminders. Now we move forward with the second part of our AM session. Take it away, partner.
Thank you very much, partner. Now for our second talk, entitled Power Electronics in a Pump Storage Hydroelectric Power. He is a professional electronics engineer with more than 20 years of work experience in academe and industry setting. Spent much of his career in doing instrumentation and control on hydropower plants, and even as an operator in an upstream gas plant. He designs and builds electronic projects as a hobby and continues to assist students in doing their final projects. Continued his education by taking masters in renewable energy systems and believed someday to develop a system that would lead us to a cleaner energy system. Let us all welcome Engineer Godfrey Kedeng, an operations engineer of Shell Philippines Exploration BV in Muntinlupa City, Philippines. Engineer?
Yes, good morning. Hopefully you can hear me well.
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay. So first of all, I would like to correct pala yung company namin. So as of now, Shell Philippines Exploration BV already divested the company to a local local company na, which is called Prime Energy Development Resources. It's Resources Development BV. So it's a local company now. So yun nga, separated na kami with Shell. Okay, it just happened last November. So siguro narinig niyo na rin sa news yun, yung Malampaya. Okay. So my topic actually is all about the power electronics used in a storage hydroelectric power plant in the Philippines. So I've been with CBK Power Company Limited for almost 10 years. So last 2013 ata akong umalis doon. So yun, it's almost 10 years. Okay, hopefully my memory serves me well. Okay. So let me share muna the presentation. Oh, sorry. So this is the topic. Okay, so just a little background. So and to give you an overview of our Philippine power sa grid in Luzon. So ito just to give you an idea kung yung mga installed power plants here in Luzon. So we have a total of 14,000 megawatt. Pero as of now, I believe the updated figure is around 16 gigawatts na yung energy sources natin or yung ginagamit natin in Luzon. So makita niyo yung distribution. So from top hanggang Bicol area. And then you can see here yung sa Lumban, which is capacity 300 megawatts. So I think this is not updated rin. Okay. So you can see or you can figure out kung paano interconnected ang power natin in Luzon. So yun nga, starting from the north, going to the Bicol area. And then much of it is concentrated dito sa may Central Luzon. So ito na yung latest power outlook natin, 2023 for the Luzon grid. So makikita nyo may mga event that affects or this kumbaga kino-consider natin that kumbaga requires larger power or stable power. So we have the FIBA and then the election. So alam naman natin when it comes sa election, we do not tolerate brownouts. Ay, sorry. So yan yung ano natin, Luzon, power demand. So makikita nyo may mga yellow, when we hear yung parang yellow alert or red alert. So yun, ibig sabihin manipis yung yung supply natin and the demand is high. So ito naman yung dependable capacity natin versus sa maximum available in Luzon. So makikita nyo sa distribution, much of the power pa rin is galing sa combined cycle, natural gas, wherein we are supplying right now. Coal pala, sorry, ang pinakamataas. We still depend on the coal and then the natural gas. And then next is hydro, where my previous company is. And then the next one is geothermal. So makikita nyo yung mga renewable natin is still at the, kumbaga parang bottom yung kumbaga konti lang yung nasi-share niya sa energy grid natin o sa energy demand natin, energy supply. So ang malaking factor pa rin ng renewable is nasa hydro. Okay. So yun, total dependable capacity natin is 16. And the total installed capacity is 19,000 megawatt. So ito din yung capacity ng ating Luzon grid, which is around 20,000 megawatts. And then this is how the grid looks like for controller's perspective. So makikita nyo yung mga red boxes, yun yung mga breaker or disconnect natin. So yan yung mga yan. And then this is how they see yung, or this is how they control the grid. So I'm just giving you a parang brief background on the grid kasi there are mababanggit ko mamaya. So yung grid is parang yung backbone natin ng power supply. So kaya meron tayong grid, 3 grids in the Philippines. We have the Luzon, Visayas, and the Mindanao grid. So yung Luzon grid, yung grid nga is parang yung backbone natin wherein every power plant is connected, all of the consumers are connected. So it is a network of synchronized power providers. So ano siya, may coordination kumbaga between each plant and sa bawat switch yard na meron tayo sa grid. So there are 3 plants classification. Pero typically 3 lang yung ano natin, mas kilala natin. So we have the base load. Typically ito yung malalaking planta like yung nuclear, kung nag-operate man si Bataan. And then yung mga coal, meron pang iba na kinoconsider natin as base load. So when we say base load, so yung output niya is dire-diretso. So when we say the capacity of the plant is, for example, the Bataan, 600 megawatts. So it is producing 600 megawatts all through the day. So umaga hanggang till night. And then there are some peaking load plants wherein they just run from the peak hours, like for example, we have a customer here that we are supplying natural gas that operates 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. They just operate at the peak hours. So after that, they have to shut down the generator and wait for the next day. And then there are regulators kasi yun nga, we all know that the power supply is not, power demand is not stable. Sometimes you need, there are times that you need more powers, like in the morning wherein you are running the HVAC and the plants. And then there are times naman na one of the power plant just shut down. So what happened is someone has to parang sumalo dun sa load ng planta na nag-shutdown. Kasi if ever there are no regulators, mangyayari dyan, so magkakaroon tayo ng large fluctuation sa grid kapag may malaking power plant na nawala, or same as ganun din pag there's a big load na biglang nawala sa grid. So there's a chances na we will parang magi-speed up yung ibang ano. So magkakaroon ng increase in frequency at mga ganun. And it may cause cascading effect. So doon sa mga nakaabot pa sa incident sa Suwal before, wherein napasok ng maraming or nagkaroon ng massive quantity of jellyfish na nag-block sa kanilang cooling water system. So yun, malaking generators yun, malaking power producer. So para nagkaroon ng nawala yung stability ng grid and nagkaroon ng cascading effect, kaya nagkaroon ng Luzon blackout. So yun, there are plants na ang purpose lang is to regulate. And then we have the island mode. Ito naman yung mga planta na hindi connected sa grid. So they are just producing the power for their own consumption. And actually, there are other services pa, like, for example, yung mga condenser. Pwede silang maging condenser wherein ang purpose lang ng planta, it's not producing power, but it's actually consuming some of the power, and then yung correct the power factor on the grid. So yun yung iba, ganun yung purpose. So there are different characteristics that influences the operation of the plant. So kaya yung ibang plant is categorized as base load is because it is difficult for them to start-stop. Pwedeng ganon. And then yung ramp rate niya is not that flexible. So yun, may mga ganong reason kung bakit siya nagiging base load. Like for example, yun nga, nuclear pa rin, when you started the reaction, dapat dire-diretso na siya. Hindi pwedeng start-stop ka doon. So mas delikado. And then there are naman na planta na categorized on that dahil sa power output niya. So yung base load, typically yan nga ay malalaki. Like nabanggit ko kanina yung mga coal or nuclear. So yun din. And then yung startup time is malaking factor din siya. So there are plants kasi na you need to, let's say, 1 week to, for example, yung one of the plant in Batangas, they need a week just to change their fuel from natural gas to liquid fuel. And then another week to change back from liquid to natural gas. Kasi there are parang may mga kailangan pa silang linisin, may kailangan pa silang to make sure na safe yung magiging startup nila on different fuel. So yun yung mga ano. And then some factor din is yung nabanggit ni Ma'am kanina, the first speaker, na yung cost niya per power or per megawatt. So malaking factor din yun. Would you like na parang a plant that would run at a higher cost during off-peak time, di ba? Parang, and then we have to shoulder that cost, yung mga consumer. So, yun din, nabanggit din yung mga renewable. So, one of the major contributor nga ng power on our grid is the hydro. So, there are certain reasons kung bakit we need to use hydropower. So, first of all, it is renewable, and then it is here, parang it's present in the kumbaga parang we can just harness it. Ano lang, we just need the facility to harness the power. Yung tubig naman is given by the nature. So ang kailangan lang natin is the technology to get the power out of it. So yun. So this is ano lang galing sa so sige, to give you a brief background of the operation of a hydro generator. We all know siguro it's ano na natin to, parang alam na naman natin how the hydro generator works, ano. So there are several ano na introduce tayo dito. So first is kailangan natin ng water, syempre, kasi nga kaya siya hydro. And we have the upper reservoir and the lower reservoir. So then konting details now. We have the reservoir here on the left side. So dito naman sa planta, we call it as intake, or yung reservoir natin can be pwedeng meron tayong dam or lake on the upper part, and then or pwede rin naman siyang river na we just put a dam para maharang natin, para magkaroon tayo ng reservoir. So we have a dam that holds back the water. So depende, there are parang we visited one in the north, San Roque. So medyo malaki yung dam nila. So mataas din. And then there are other na na-visit namin in Japan. It's a cascading dam. So you can see the next dam by just your eyes. Ano siya, pababa ng pababa. So pag maraming dam, parang nasa 6 or 7 dams yung cascading. So from a larger dam, naging maliit siya. And then we have the intake. So ito na yung connection natin. There are some intakes na ano, ito yung may protection tayo dito sa intake natin, which is yung control gate. So we need to stop the water there. Yun yung ginagamit natin. And then we have, ito naman is yun, yung purpose of the intake is just to channel the water going to the penstock. So penstock, it comes in different type. Merong cement lang, meron namang tube o pipes. So kung you are driving or passing by sa may Kalayaan, Laguna, you can see the metal penstock. So actually dalawa yun. The one that you see is the old one, and then the new one is actually drilled behind the yung cliff, kaya hindi siya nakikita. Pero actually dalawang penstock siya. And the diameter is around 6 meters. wherein you can fit already the bus. So the penstock channels the water going to the turbine. So the turbine itself is where the water strikes. So it turns the blade. So there are different types of blades, blade configuration, depending on the application. So probably some of you have heard yung mga Francis type turbine, Pelton, and mga ganun. So it depends upon the maraming factors like the elevation of the water, the volume of the water, the operation of the plant. So will it operate as a pump or it will just generate power? And then syempre coupled on this, so that's the mechanical part, the turbine. So to get the energy that we want, nakakouple siya ngayon sa generator. So as the turbine turns, it turns the generator. So meron tayong two major part of the generator, the stator, which is yung hindi siya gumagalaw. And then we have the rotor, which is directly connected to the turbine. So yun yung umiikot. So the power is produced on the stator, and then yung rotor naman, it acts like a permanent magnet, wherein yun nga, iikot siya, and then it generates the power dun sa stator. And then syempre, to match the voltage sa power lines or sa grid, we need a transformer. So kasi iba-iba yung voltage na na-generate ng iba't ibang generator. It depends upon the poles, yung number of windings, maraming factors that determines the voltage output of the generator. So in Kalayaan, the voltage generated by the generator is around 13.8 kV or 13.8 thousand volts. But the power grid is around 230 pagdating dun sa switchyard. So each generator has its own transformer that converts the low voltage 13.8 kV to 230 kV that is being supplied to the grid. So yun nga, power lines, it transferred the power from the transformer going to the switchyard. And then from the switchyard, they do the switching kung saan ida-direct na yun yung power na na-generate. And then we have the outflow. So more of the details siguro I will discuss later. So for the questions pala, you can butt in anytime. You can just type your questions on the chat box and later on we will answer it. Okay, so continuing. So ito nga yung advantages of hydropower. So first of all, hydropower is renewable. And the energy generated to the power relies on the water cycle. And then fueled lang siya by water. So clean energy. Wala tayong carbon emission. So wala rin tayong fuel na kailangan na i-import pa galing sa international sources. Like for example, si coal, we don't produce our own coal naman. For the natural gas, we have Malampaya nga. And then for mga iba pa, like yung mga diesel, kalimitan, we import that. Or some plant even operates on condensate na imported din. So yung iba naman, yung another advantages, like for example, the Caliraya Dam or Caliraya Lake, so naging rin siya, naging recreational opportunity na rin. So lumaki kasi yung Caliraya Lake and nagkaroon tayo ng mga parang opportunity for tourism and recreational area. So marami doon nagka-camping. So same, hydroelectric is flexible. So yun, another advantage of it is it can start easily. So the fastest time that we can start, I think, is around mabilis lang for generator. Parang around 5 minutes, we can already generate the power. And then it also serves na yung pag talaga nagkaroon ng Luzon blackout, we also have that drill. And when I was there, parang the record was around 15 to 19 minutes from zero, as in totally no power on the grid. We can start, we can supply at around 15 to 19 minutes already. Kasi it's, sabi nga, di ba, parang it's that easy. Parang it's like you're just turning the faucet. Tapos yun na, eventually, magpuproduce ka na ng power. So some hydropower also serves as parang flood control. So by using yun nga, hydro plant, parang nag-create ka ng dam, so you control now the flow of water. So some kasi some generator or hydropower plant also serves as like yung Angat, di ba? So 2-in-1 siya. It supplies the water or kumbaga water for the consumer and also generates power. And then yun nga, it also serves as flood control para sa mga para parang you can stock during rainy season, you can stock up the water, and then during the dry season you can parang controlledly let down the water out. So hydropower is affordable. So parang nabanggit ni Ma'am kanina yung some of the cost nga of power versus yung generation cost kumbaga. Okay. So last is hydropower. Ito yung maganda ngayon. Some technology like yung pump storage, which I will discuss later on, is or can be in tandem with other renewable. Kasi when the Kalayaan power plant is conceptualized, actually it will work in tandem with the Bataan nuclear power plant. Kasi yun nga, nuclear power plant is a base load. So parang dire-diretso yung generation niya. So instead of wasting the power at night, it will be stored as a potential energy. So dati naman kasi wala pa yung mga lithium lithium based batteries na high density storage. So the only way to store the energy is to parang make it as a potential energy that you can use halimbawa during peak hours like in the morning. So yun nga, nabanggit ko na rin, there are different types of hydropower plants. Merong impounded, meron ka upper reservoir, and then you have the lower reservoir. And then we have yung diversion, or minsan it is being called as run off the river. Parang ida-divert mo lang yung some of the water, to generate the electricity. But eventually, it will end up again dun sa river. So yeah, and then we have the pump storage. So luckily, in the Philippines, we have this parang naturally made na parang facility. So for example, we have the Calaraya Lake as the upper reservoir here in Laguna, and then we have the Laguna Bay at the downstream side. So ang laki ng potential natin ngayon So unlike with the other country, sa other country kasi ang nangyayari, wala silang ganitong facility or wala silang naturally made na ganitong landscape. So what they did, like for example in Japan, they made an artificial lake dun sa on top of the mountain, and then yun, they store the water there. So unlike dito, meron tayong upper reservoir na available, which is Kaliraya. And then meron siyang spring din naman, aside from, kasi we just rely on the rain. Yun yung mga sources natin of water upstream. So we have rain, we have the spring, or we have the water being pumped from the downstream side going back to the upstream. So may ano rin, may ambag ang nature, kumbaga sa water source natin sa upstream. So that's the good thing about what we have here in the Philippines. There are projects, ongoing projects, or they're conceptualizing projects, or hindi ko pa alam yung exact status, na they are going to put another facility around Manila Bay area. So parang they will utilize an area in Rizal para maging upper reservoir. Pero this time magiging ano lang siya na artificial na. So unlike before na meron tayong natural lake. So pinalaki lang si Kaliraya. Okay, so meron din tayong different type of pump storage hydro configuration. We have the closed loop and we have the open loop. So sa setup ni Kalayaan, it's parang partially open loop siya. Kasi si Laguna Lake or Laguna Bay is somehow connected to the sea. Pero masyado naman siyang malaki. So compared to the upper reservoir, which is Kaliraya Lake. So merong time kasi na during one of the typhoon na parang sinisi ng mayor of one of the town in Laguna, famous mayor, na sinisi nila ang CBK, ang planta, na nag-release daw ng power from the upper reservoir, kaya napuno ang Laguna Bay. So at saka umapaw, maraming binahang area around Laguna Bay, like yung sa Rizal, sa Laguna. So yun. Pero if you will see on geographical perspective, napakaliit lang ng Kaliraya Lake para maging factor na tumaas ang elevation ni Laguna Bay or Laguna Lake. Sobrang laki ng Laguna Bay area. Umabot siya ng Laguna, Rizal, and part of it Manila, compared mo sa Kaliraya Lake. So kahit maubos ang laman ng Kaliraya Lake at bumaba sa Laguna Bay, hindi siya ganun kadami. So yung factor siya kung bakit siya dumami is just because maraming factor. Maraming tubig galing sa Sierra Madre na bumaba sa Laguna Bay. Okay. So yun nga, nabanggit dito, PSH acts similarly to a giant battery. So during peak hours nga, it generates the energy that is needed by the consumer. And when there's parang excess energy from the baseload plants, ginagamit niya naman to stock up the power, to stock up the water as a potential energy. So magandang tandem nga ito sa sa mga renewable, wherein hindi continuous yung production niya ng energy. So there are peak time and there are time na hindi siya nagpo-produce. Like for example, si solar. Pwedeng the other way around, di ba? Si solar, you generate the energy in the morning. So pumping can happen in the morning para i-stock up si water upstream, and then or sa upper reservoir, and then in the evening na wala ng solar, we can use the water at the upper reservoir to generate power. So here are some of the disadvantages and advantages of pump storage hydropower. So initially, yan nga, malaki startup cost niya. Kasi you need a large area, for example, lalo na sa upper reservoir. So it so happen dito sa atin, Laguna Bay is nandiyan na. So walang problema sa lower reservoir. Ang problema natin si upper reservoir. So during the time na ano pa lang to ginawa, maraming area sa taas sa upper reservoir na binayaran kasi nga they will flood up, patataasin nila yung elevation sa Caliraya Lake. So pag pinataas nila yung elevation, mas malaki yung area niya na cover. So energy losses, di ba? Alam naman natin na the amount you produce will not be it will be less than the amount of energy you use para to pump the water up. So may mga losses na agad tayo dun . So for example, one of the generator can generate up to 180 megawatt, but during pumping 150 megawatt yung ginagamit natin. Pero we cannot replace the energy or the volume of water consumed during generation than pumping. So kumbaga, mababa yung power pero yung volume natin na ibinabalik hindi ganun kadami kaysa sa nako-consume natin. So yan, isa pa is yun nga, there's a possibility of affecting aquatic life kasi we are mixing clean water, for example, galing sa lake, going to Laguna Bay, which is mas polluted. And then, during pumping, binabalik natin yung possible contaminated water from Laguna Bay going back to the lake na maaaring mas cleaner. Pero may monitoring naman na ginagawa if we are really affecting the aquatic life upstream and downstream. So ganun din, impact of water quality din. Kasi nga we are mixing the upper reservoir and the lower reservoir. So another factor is climate dependent. So there are time, lalo na during summer, na hindi na natin maibalik lahat ng water from the lower reservoir going to the upper reservoir. So minsan, wala na talagang generation, more of pumping na lang ang nangyayari. So ang generation, konti na lang, nasa minimum na lang. So there are time na you just generate from 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. na lang. And then pumping from 11, mga 10 p.m. up to around 6, 7 a.m. Yan. Isang factor din itong 6 is threat to habitats and sites due to sedimentation. So syempre hindi lang naman pure water yung napapump natin back and forth. So may sediments din tayo na nadadala. But then again, there are advantages naman. Una is low operating cost and long life service. So for example, Kalayaan is built around 1980s nga kasi it is in tandem nga with the Bataan nuclear power plant. So up until now, it is operating with the higher capacity actually, because it has undergone BROT contract at around 1990. Kung kailan it has doubled its capacity from the original capacity. So it is renewable, sustainable. Sabi ko nga, since yung carbon carbon emission niya is less compared to other sources of energy. And yan, minimal environmental repercussions compared to other generator. And then the controllability wherein nabanggit ko nga kanina, some plants are used to regulate the flow of or regulate the supply of water. So for example, yun nga, si Angat Dam. So 5, it creates recreational activities. And then 6, the water supply is controlled. So ganun din yung ano. Yan. So ito yung plant where I worked before. It's a Kalayaan Pump Storage Power Plant. So as you can see, dalawa na siyang okay. Okay. So dalawang phase na siya. So actually ano siya hindi siya visible on top the plant itself kasi ay naka-submerge siya sa sa ground. So on the right side of the picture, ito yung Laguna Bay. And then we have here your KPSPP1 and KPSPP2. So ano lang siya, moving roof tong dalawang to. If ever you need to lower some of the equipment, large equipment, so binubuksan yung roof niya, and then using the gantry crane, itong yellow and green, siya yung nagbababa ng materials or equipments. And then on the left side, andito yung transformer. So meron niyang 4 transformer. Kasi we have 4 generator. So unit 1 and 2 on phase 1, unit 3 and 4 on phase 2. And then actually there's a space here for the phase 3, which is hindi na nagmaterialize. Pero may provision, kumbaga may space dyan, may tail race din, and then wala lang penstock. And then on the upstream side, sa dam, may provision din siya doon for phase 3. So during 1982, ito nga, almost ano siya, one of the first in Asia, Southeast Asia. Up until now, wala pa akong alam na nag-ooperate na ng the same concept in Luzon. Kung meron man, siguro maliliit lang siya. So yun nga, around 1990s na ano siya, nagkaroon na ano na to upgrade Kalayaan. So ngayon, there are 4 generators nga with a capacity of 168 megawatt per unit sa phase 1, and sa phase 2 is 174 megawatt. So actually, during our net capacity NCC test, net capacity test, napapaabot namin ito ng around 180 megawatt per unit. Yeah. So primary purpose nga ni Kalayaan is for frequency regulation saka yung control. So during high demand, it generates electricity. At night, it pumps water from Laguna Lake going to Caliraya Lake. So isang malaking battery. Okay. So I'll check lang yung ano. So actually marami ng question, pero later na lang siguro. Okay, sige, later na lang. So discuss ko na yung technical aspect ng operation ng KPSPP. So it operates as a turbine sa morning. It operates as a pump in the evening. It can also operate as a synchronous condenser, as turbine, and as pump. So pwedeng halimbawa, it is already running as turbine, biglang the grid demand na kailangan namin ng condenser to correct halimbawa power factor. So, ang gagawin lang, i-select mo lang siya sa sequence na to change from turbine mode to synchronous condenser. So, ganun din, while it is pumping, pwede mo rin i-click yung sequence and then convert the operation from pump into a condenser. So, makikita nyo on the picture kung ano yung nakikita nila sa HMI or sa human-machine interface. So, the bus is around 230 kV. And then we have yung mga disconnect and ito disconnect. Then we have the breaker, disconnect. And then dito yung phase reversal switch, PRV. So may ano dito, may 3-phase switch on the switch yard that parang you can manipulate para baligtarin yung phase nung winding kumbaga from or yung mode from turbine to pump. Kasi for example yun nga i-reverse mo yung rotation nung turbine mo. And then we have the transformer nga that converts 13 kV. Yan, as you can see, ito yung na-generate natin. 13.8 kV or umabot yun ng 14 kV into 230 kV. So there are mga iba pang parameters na ginagamit natin to monitor the condition of the generator. And then you can see here, ito yung excitation voltage niya. So ito naman yung fini-feed natin dun sa rotor para mag-act siya as a magnet. Okay. And then we have the frequency and the speed of the turbine. So 300 RPM. Okay. So ito ang mas detailed sequence natin on how we start the generator as a turbine. So maraming ancillary services or maraming ancillary equipment na we are using in the plant. So for example, the first one is yung cooling water system natin. Maraming uses ng cooling water natin. It is used to cool down the bearings. And for phase 1, it is also used to cool down the generator. So for the phase 2 kasi, the cooling of the generator is a passive na. So parang may ano na lang siya, may malaking fan on top of the generator that provides the circulation of the air to cool down the generator. So for phase 1, medyo old pa siya, old technology. So may mga radiator doon na that is being cooled down by or serves as a heat exchanger and being cooled by the water from the cooling water system. And then for the bearing nga, yung bearing natin is actually hindi naman natin pwedeng water lang ang cooling niya. So ang ginagamit natin to reduce the friction of the bearing is oil. And then the oil is being circulated sa heat exchanger, and then the other side of the heat exchanger is yun din, cooling water din ang ginagamit. Tapos we have the thrust bearing lifting. So yun lang, ano lang to. We're just lifting the whole assembly before natin siya paikutin to reduce the friction. And then the oil fag extractor. So kung may mga oil mist, in-extract natin siya using the oil fag extractor. So the sequence on the left is itong on the right naman is happening simultaneous. So this part is on the turbine side, and then ito naman yung iba pang nangyayari simultaneously. So we have the phase reversal switch nga in the switch yard na pumupunta into turbine position. Then we apply the mechanical brakes. So ito is parang brake lang talaga. May brake pad doon, and then it is parang hydraulic jack na ini-engage lang niya yung lock so that the whole assembly will not turn, yung rotor part assembly, hindi siya iikot. Then, set natin si governor. Itong governor acts as a speed controller para sa generator. So, siya yung isa-set natin siya into turbine mode. And then, we have the excitation mode as a generator. Ganun din. Ito namang excitation system natin, this one controls yung sinusupply nating voltage and current doon sa rotor. So, they work in tandem. Si governor regulates the speed. Sa excitation naman controls how much yung i-generate natin na power. And then we have the protection of creep detection, ini-enable lang. So we make sure na hindi siya magra-run out yung generator while we are doing the startup. Okay. So the next sequence, ito naman yung turbine part. Okay. So here, to give you the ano muna pala, components. So the middle part is the turbine shaft. This one connects the turbine to the generator. And then we have the regulator ring. Ito is hydraulically driven ring wherein it rotates and then controls the link going to the wicket gates. So itong wicket gates, it is shaped like a cross-section ng wing ng airplane. Naka-arrange siya around here. Para mag-control. So ito yung nag-a-act as parang main, nagko-control ng flow ng water going to the turbine. So in short, that's how it works. And then on the middle part nga, nandyan yung mga bearing to support the shaft and the rotating parts. Yeah, we have the guide vanes. So ano lang naman siya, parang static vanes para to direct the water. The water flows nga pala from here. Yan, paikot siya. Yan. Through the spiral case. So yung spiral case, if you know yung parang snail, malaki yung entrance niya, then paliit ng paliit towards the center. So ang purpose niya is to distribute the water around the wicket gates. Kasi kung ang distribution mo hindi maganda, it may cause unbalance dun sa rotating part mo, which may cause large vibration. Okay. And then, yan. Yung discharge niya, by the way, this is a Francis type turbine wherein butas yung gitna niya. No? So the water flows from outside, go towards inside. And then ang discharge niya is at the bottom. So dito. So ganun yung flow of water niya. So yun on the sequence, the next sequence is actually open the wicket gate shut-off valve, open the spherical bypass valve. So upstream here, meron tayong spherical valve. So it's in this case, Kalayaan, it's a spherical valve is, yun nga, para siyang ball valve na malaki, na siya yung pinakang main faucet natin, So this one regulates the flow. This one, the position is just closed and open. So the size of the spherical valve is actually sobrang laki ng spherical valve. And we all fit in dun sa spherical valve. I have a picture of that. Na nandun kami sa mismong valve, all-to-board valve, standing up. So may kasama kaming 6-footer yata, hindi pa rin siya umabot. Okay, and then open the runner seal. So dito bypass pa lang yung binuksan. So there's a bypass here. Hindi pa yung full flow na naka-bypass sa spherical. It's just to allow water na to get in or to fill in the spiral casing. And then the runner seal cooling water valve is just used to seal kasi nga diba siya, meron tayong rotating part. So kailangan nating i-seal ngayon yung mga part na to, or else lalabas yung water from the spiral case going outside of the turbine. And then we start the blowdown subroutine. Okay. So sa blowdown naman, lang siya, parang i-fill this lang ng water, ng air. So there's a large compressor, then may volume tank. It is used to force air inside the runner para wala tong water. So by doing that, we can rotate the rotor or the turbine easily kasi wala siyang water. And then the next step is we disengage the mechanical brakes, parang in preparation na magpo-flow na yung or iikot na yung ating rotor. And then we start the excitation equipment. So ito na yon. Mag-i-start na tayo mag-inject ngayon ng current and voltage dun sa ating rotor. And then start the governor. So si governor, yun na, mag-start na siya as turbine, and then it will set the speed to 300 RPM. Yun, then it will start na. Yun. So, ganun lang, parang it will let the water in, and then mag-start na sa excitation, i-control na ni governor yung speed, and then it will synchronize to the grid na, close na tong part na to. And then yun na, you are already connected to the grid. So bubuksan na lang si spherical valve to let the water in, and then yun na, mag-generate na siya ng power. So, So yun. That is how easy it is to start as a turbine. Kaya sabi ko, within 5 minutes na-generate na siya. So during pumping naman, there are mas complicated ang startup as pump compared to startup as turbine. Kasi nga on the turbine, on operating as a turbine, you just open the valves, and then when it is already running at 300 RPM, you just parang close the breaker, and then it is connected to the grid already. And then yun na, dahan-dahan mong i-open na mas malaki yung wicket gates. Balikan natin. Dahan-dahan natin mas bubuksan yung opening ni wicket gates while regulating the speed. And then increase din natin yung excitation current natin dun sa rotor para naman tumaas yung napoproduce nating power. So once it is synchronized, the regulation actually is being handed over to, I don't know kung PMC pa rin, Power Management Center. Sila na ngayon yung nagko-control nung output power, whether they want to increase the power or they want to increase or decrease. So mayroong RTU, remote terminal unit, or SCADA, that is being manipulated sa Manila para sa regulation of the grid. So wala na, si operator on the plant actually has no control na on the power output once it is synchronized and hand over to the power management group. So monitor na lang ni operator kung it is still operating beyond the or within the operating envelope. Pero yung output power, ano na siya, ina-hand over na siya. Okay, for the pump, ano naman, pump mode. So there are 3 operations on how to start the generator or the unit as pump. So there on KPSPP1, phase 1, ito yung old tech, merong pump pony motor. Sa phase 2, wala na. So the pony motor is like an ordinary motor on top of the generator. So may maliit lang doon na motor. It is being fed with 4160, 4160 volts na power galing dun sa switch gear. And the way it is regulated, yung power na sinusupply natin dito sa pony motor, gumagamit ng liquid rheostat. So the liquid rheostat is actually, it acts like a variable resistor. So dito sa picture on the right, you can see parang ganito yung operation niya. So merong rods, shorting rods, na dahan-dahang ibinababa dun sa liquid solution. So the liquid solution that we use is, actually it's Wilkins. Tapos may salt solution, o salt kami na inilalagay dito, which is imported. And then we monitor the resistance of the solution to make sure na it will operate as we intend to. So nangyayari, dahan bumababa si shorting rod dun sa solution, tapos syempre yung resistance niya nagbabari. So the reason na siya ay liquid rheostat is mas madaling palamigin yung solution. Kasi may coil dito, actually hindi lang kita, na yun din yung isa pang sinusupply ng cooling water. So may coil dyan sa loob ni solution na when it is heating up, kasi di ba dadaan yung current dyan. So the tendency is for the temperature to rise up. And then it is being cooled by a coil, tapos may cooling water na dumadaan doon. So yun, meron lang regulator na current regulator that monitors yung current niya na nagpa-pass through dito sa electrodes sa around 200 ampere. So siya yung nagko-control ngayon nung mechanism to lower or to pull up yung electrodes. So once it reach the bottom, eventually ma-reach na natin yung 300 RPM na target speed. So medyo old technology pa siya, no? And then the other one, we have the back-to-back operation and the synchronous pump with SBFC. So the back-to-back operation naman is, kasi kung titingnan natin yung ano natin, line up natin, we have 2 phases, phase 1, unit 1 and 2, phase 2, unit 3 and 4. Pwedeng gawin natin na yung one of the unit in phase 2 will operate as pump, and then the other unit at phase, teka, I think, meron nata akong update. So, ayan, yan. So, ito lang. So, meron tayo unit 1 and 2 can operate parang as a turbine, and then unit 3 and 4 can, or 3 or 4 can act as pump. So, mangyayari, itong isa dito, magiging pump. Yung isa is magiging generator. So, yung ma-generate na power from T2 or from turbine 2 or unit 2, direct natin dito kay unit 3. So dahan-dahan natin bubuksan yung supply of water sa unit 2, and then yung na-generate niya will supply it to unit 3. And then once it reach the target speed, i-close natin yung breaker going to the grid para ma-synchronize ngayon yung unit 3. So tapos shutdown na natin si unit 2. So medyo binilisan ko na lang. So balikan natin. So So yun naman yung back-to-back. And then the third one is synchronous pump with SBFC. So another one is kung wala tayong available na turbine that we can use for back-to-back, so we can use the SBFC directly, and then siya yung magsusupply ngayon ng power dun sa stator para umikot yung ating pump. And then once it reached the target speed of 300 RPM, it will synchronize to the grid. And then saka natin ngayon dahan-dahang susupply ng water. Sorry, I need to hurry up pala. Medyo conscious ako sa time. Okay, so ito meron ditong short video. Sorry, may audio ba sa inyo?
Wala pa po, sir.
Parang meron tong I need to do something, parang magkaroon ng audio yung presentation. Sige, shorten ko na lang. Pakita ko lang yung figure. So ito namang nasa YouTube naman to, you can Google it up. So short na lang. So ganito, we have the upper reservoir and then the lower lang pointer. So we have the upper reservoir, lower reservoir. So inano lang dito na yung using the variable speed. So ito na yung na-explain ko kanina, may mga base station that produces power, tapos yung excess ginagamit natin for pumping. So ito yung lang na mahirap na hindi variable yung speed natin during startup dahil mabibigla yung grid. So during startup, if I'm not mistaken, around mga I forgot the exact figure, pero let's say mga 20 megawatts agad ang kakainin o 10 to 20 megawatts agad ang kakainin niya from the grid upon start up from zero. Kumbaga, kung ipapasok natin si pump, I will call it as pump na, sa grid, malaking load agad yung a big chunk of load ang tatapyasin niya sa load. So it may cause instability or pwedeng magkaroon ng frequency fluctuation. Kaya kailangan nasa rated speed na siya bago natin i-synchronize sa grid. So parang sa bahay lang, 'di ba? Parang ramdam na ramdam natin when there's a pump or large load na bigla na lang papasok, 'di ba? Lalo na kung halimbawa may generator ka lang o kaya yung parang limited yung energy mo tapos bigla pang may papasok na malaking load. So makikita mo mag-flicker yung mga ilaw mo or kung meron kang motor biglang mag-slow down, yun. So yun lang naman yung concept dito na by using variable drive, you can easily synchronize all your loads or put on your loads dun sa grid. So yun yung lang nito. Okay, so inisa ko na lang. Ito naman yung sequences of So the same din sa unang part. Although ang mangyayari lang dito, the phase reversal switch will be in pump position and so dito yung governor natin is-set this as pump. So ganun din, same din. So ang gagawin natin, ipa-flood natin siya para to create a seal. And then itong part na to, ipa-flood natin ng air. And then ang pinagkaiba lang pala, baligtad yung ikot. So kung kanina ang ikot ng ng turbine natin is clockwise, viewing it on top, babalik rin natin ang ikot. So dapat ang ikot ngayon is counterclockwise. So that's the reason why we changed the yung phase reversal switch into pump mode para yung flow natin ng electricity baliktad din. And it corresponds to the direction of rotation. So the same then we have the so we flood this area spiral case, pero the water is just on the spiral case, hindi dun sa turbine. And then setting the ano na to ha, dun tayo sa SB. Inano ko na with SBFC ano. So dito, teka lang, sorry. Ako, search na ako. Okay. So dito naman, isa-set natin si SBFC into pump mode, wherein makikita nyo na lang dito na ito yung SBFC. Teka na, wala yung aking pointer. Yan, ito yung SBFC natin. Ito yung magsusupply ngayon ng power dun sa, pipili siya ng unit. Kung it's either unit 1, 2, 3, or 4. In this case, parang unit 4 to. So, motor siya, akas motor. So, itong breaker na to magsasara. Kasi ano rin siya, parang maliit na phase reversal switch din to. And then, ito yung pinaka-breaker natin. Ito, disconnect lang siya. So, may mode tayo kung siya ba ay magiging driver as back-to-back, pump mode, pump sequence. So, in this case, naka-pump sequence tayo. So, pwede rin natin gamitin si SBFC for braking and rotor positioning. Sa rotor positioning naman, ang gagawin lang, parang creep lang siya, dandaan lang iikot. For braking naman, kung tayo nagmamadali and we need emergency braking, halimbawa, there's an emergency na we need to stop the turbine immediately. So, parang gagamitin natin si SBFC. Kung familiar kayo sa regenerative braking, parang ganun. Supply natin ng power si stator para mas magkaroon ng magnetic flux between rotor stator and mas mabilis siyang mag-brake. Yun. Parang yung resistance noon, yun yung gagamitin natin to stop the turbine immediately. So, hindi ko na masyadong elaborate to. Ito naman yung power supply. We have ST3, station transformer 1 and 2 lang. So, we have redundancy kung saan magagaling yung power ni SBFC. Pero in short, ang sinusupply nito is yung stator. So, hindi ko na masyadong elaborate kasi parang kulang na yung time natin. Yan. Ito na yung mga sequences niya. So, medyo mahaba yung sequence niya kasi nga medyo mas complicated siya. So, once we have achieved yung synchronization speed niya, 300 RPM, at saka lang natin bubuksan saka lang natin siya isi-synchronize sa grid. Once it is synchronized sa grid, saka lang natin ipa-flood tong area na to ng water. And then open the spherical valve. Once meron na tayong pressure dito sa spiral case para mag-shoot up na yung water pabalik ng upper reservoir. Okay, so maraming detalye. Ito na-discuss ko na naman. Okay. So ito yung mga HMI display lang ng operator. Yan. Ito yung starting page, startup page. Ito naman yung page para sa switchyard. So ito yung mga breaker. So the phase reversal switch, sorry, ito totoo. Hindi ko na makita yung pointer ko. Sorry, hindi yan na. Ito totoo, yung turbine dito. Yan yung phase reversal switch. So, sorry, hindi ko na rin masyado tong BFD. Medyo nakita ko yung time. Kulang na pala. So, yun nga, yung SBFC is actually parang BFD, Variable Frequency Drive. Yan. So, ito siya. Medyo shortcut ko na. Ito yung itsura ng SBFC. We have here yung mga power electronics natin. And then we have here on this part, ito na yung control. So makikita niyo yung mga bus bar. And then on this part sa baba, andito yung control module. Ito yung nagko-control ng pulses going to the thyristor natin dito. So itong mga thyristor nito, siya yung ginagamit natin to supply energy to the stator. So yung communication between this pulse circuit papunta sa control is actually fiber optic. The reason behind is para maiwasan yung high voltage na tumawid sa low voltage natin. So yun, may mga transformer lang siya between. And then actually may mga condenser capacitor din yan na malalaki aside from the thyristor. So yun yung mga power part niya. And then dito yung monitoring. Andito yung bus bar, mga PT, CT. And the breaker for the power supply. Yan. Ito pala yan. So that's the part of the SBFC. So yan yung makikita nyo. So itong mga line na to, yung mga block na to is power lang. Pero hindi pala kita. Ito yung fiber optic na siya. Itong mga block na yan. Fiber optic na yan. In and out. So ito. So ito yung parang pulse controller. Ito yung mga driver circuit niya. And then we have the control part. So ito. I/O. Yan. Ito yung power part. And then, kung makikita nyo, ito yung single line diagram. So, we have the transformer here, 230. Tapos, papasok siya sa SBFC. So, meron tayong rectifier. And then, eventually, at the end, nandun yung inverter natin. So, AC yung ini-inject natin sa, papunta ngayon sa, sa stator, sa stator. So, ito mga lang naman, signaling para sa synchronizer at saka sa output circuit breaker. So ito yung mga kinokontrol lang niya. Okay, so aside from the SBFC, I just listed down some of the equipment in the plant that utilize power electronics. So first is yung iba pang variable frequency drives or sub-starters, yung gantry crane, yung cable car. This one is in Botocan, Mayhay. Gantry crane, ito is the one you see, yung yellow and green. Mga pumps, blowers, yan. Rectifiers or mga power supply for the control system actually. Chargers, this is for the backup power supply. Mga inverters, syempre, hindi naman lahat is DC. So some of it is inverted back to AC. Yung mga power supply natin, mga maliliit, then may malalaki din. And then yung exciter. So yung exciter, ito naman yung nagsusupply ng DC voltage papunta sa stator. So ganun din, may mga thyristor din or SCRs na ginagamit to convert yung AC into DC. And the control din yung current. So yun. So I think I need to end this one here to give time na rin sa Q&A.
Thank you so much, Engineer Kideng, for that wonderful talk. Very informative, and it is truly another fascinating discussion. I actually never knew how such applications of power electronics and in clean energy prove to be crucial for our daily living. We will now open the floor for the question and answer forum for our second talk. As for our questions, we'll go back to our chat box and see the questions that were posted earlier by our participants. Take it away, partner.
All right, partner. For the first question, Engineer, on the hydropower plant, are there regulatory or technical restrictions on the use of the reservoir as a platform to install PVs for the solar power generation?
Okay, parang as I interpret this parang okay. So yung ano kasi yung sinasabi niyo, 'di ba? We have two reservoir, the upper reservoir being Caliraya Lake and the other one downstream which is Laguna Bay or Laguna Lake. For that, maraming regulatory issues tayo na we should consider. Like we should talk with Laguna Lake Development Authority, LLDA, and siguro with other agencies of DENR. So kasi ano naman, I think the plant itself doesn't parang hinder or will not oppose kung sakaling they will use the upper and lower reservoir for installation of panels.
All right, thank you so much for that information. As for our next question, what is the typical round trip efficiency for a pump storage system? Where do the losses come from and can it be reduced?
Okay, alam na one of the ano naman natin na alam naman natin na hindi energy cannot be created nor destroyed, but it can be converted. So yung ang ano lang dito is parang ganito. How is it? Mas mahal ang generation sa umaga kasi nandun yung peak load. And there are parang excess power in the night kaya bumabagsak yung prices niya. So yun naman yung ginagamit natin to pump the water back from the lower reservoir to upper reservoir. And yun nga, one of the takeaway is, yun nga, nakakapag-store tayo ng power. Pero yung when it comes to efficiency, parang malaki talaga losses. Kasi hindi naman natin, siguro we can say yung volume na lang, mas madaling malaman. Yung volume natin to generate that kind of power is mas malaki kaysa yung may ibalik natin. So, for example, to generate 100 megawatt, to generate parang 90 lang, let's say 90, yung minimum yung plant is around 90 megawatt sa umaga. Ganun lang yung pinuproduce niya. Pero sa gabi, we are consuming around 150 megawatt continuously. Mula start up which is around 11 p.m. and then up to i-stop natin yung pump at around 6 or 7 a.m. Pero yung generation natin, hindi naman siya yung peak na 180 megawatt. So it depende sa grid, naglalaro siya from 150 megawatt, up to 90 megawatt, which is with siguro around an average of just 130 megawatts. Pero ang kinukonsume sa gabi, 150. So, syempre, effort din kasi na itaas natin yung water from Laguna Lake up to the upper reservoir, which is around 300 meters yung head. So, kailangan talaga natin ng much power dun. Tapos, the losses came from, halimbawa, mga heat, galing from the generator, o kaya, saka dun pa sa mga ancillary equipment. Doon napupunta yung mga losses. So reduced siguro by replacing the equipment with high efficiency, like for example mga pumps or papalitan mo siya ng high efficiency. Yun lang tingin ko, pero it's not significant when we are talking about megawatts of power. Hopefully I answered the question. Sorry.
All right, thank you for that answer, Engineer Kideng. So for the next question, there's a little bit. What is the role of PECE aside for PEE approval?
Okay, parang this one is not directly related to the discussion. So, pero sige, ano na lang. So, there are certain OBO na kasi or engineering office that requires signature of ECE o PECE sa mga electronic plans. So, I have that ano na rin experience sa Batangas wherein there are plans or documents that PECE sign at hindi pwede ang PEE. So there are also a town in Batangas na yung solar installation, yung electronics part doon is talagang PECE ang pinasign at hindi yung PEE. There are also other towns naman na for FDAS, talagang PECE din ang pinasasign nila aside from PEE. So hopefully nasagot ko siya.
All right, thank you so much for that, Engineer Kideng. I think we still have enough time for the next 2 to 3 questions. So for question number 4, how do you shield or isolate your electronics or internet from the EMI or voltage induced during power generation?
Okay, meron namang mga certain devices na it blocks yung EMI galing sa power generation. And as much as possible din, we isolate it, parang malaking ando din yung distance eh. And saka yung siguro shielding, grounding, proper grounding, it reduces yung induced energy. So kung merong parang, kung makikita mo dun sa kaninang picture, yung power control is separated, yung cubicle niya, to make sure na hindi siya kumbaga yung distance ginamit na, and then the other one is yung mismong enclosure ginamit na natin to reduce the EMI voltages galing dun sa power section. Kaya makikita mo parang it was separated, di ba, dun sa inilayo talaga yung power section dun sa control section. Saka makikita mo minsan sa mga cubicle may mga insulation pa siya or parang foil, lalo na dun sa mga sensitive circuit. And then yung makikita nyo rin nga kanina, it uses fiber optic for the communication instead na gumamit siya ng cable para talagang walang dadaanan yung high voltage at saka yung mga induced voltages from the low voltages circuit up to dun sa high voltage circuit. Saka may mga devices talaga na ginagamit to filter that induced EMI.
Yes, indeed, that is true. We have several methods of shielding systems through to eliminate EMI induced in the system. So thank you for that, engineer. Let's proceed with the next question. The question here. Question number 5. Where are we now in terms of reserves? Is there any alarming effect in this year's forecasted El Nino phenomenon? As we all knew that one of the major sources of our power is from hydro. Do we have mitigating measures?
When it comes to that, may mga coordination naman yan, especially with the yung mga hydro plant that supplies consumer power, yung water natin, irrigation and yung para sa water, drinking water. May mga ano yan. Kaya nga ang nangyayari, they forecast it already na parang merong daily forecast which comes from mga power regulating body. And then when it comes naman dun sa water, meron din siyang interface na nagre-regulate naman ng water na kailangan 1 meter lang yung mababawas natin on this elevation for today. Meron yan. May nagre-regulate naman yan. And then yun nga, may mga long forecast naman. May weekly, may pang monthly. And then yun nga, one of the factors nga that affects the forecast is yung kung magkakaroon ba ng El Nino, La Nina, meron bang upcoming typhoon, which is projected naman in advance. Nangyayari yan, kahit sa amin, biglang may mababago. Oy, mas maraming ulan in 2 days. So, ibig sabihin, mas mahaba yung generation namin. No pumping. Hindi ka magpapump kasi may ina-expect ka na dadating na water. Parang ganun. So, it is parang coordinated with the regulatory bodies. And then yung pala when it comes na meron ng talagang bagyo or and we need to release the water immediately. The community is sila. They are informed in advance. So it may be in letter, maybe in call. Pwede din na meron din kaming mga parang PA system along the river or along the tailways na madadaanan. So kapag mag-re-release na kami, we have a remote connection on that mga siren along the river. Pinatutunog na namin siya well ahead ahead before we release the power to inform them na may upcoming water. Yun.
All right, thank you so much for that information, Engineer Kedeng. And we move on to the 6th question for today. We have, has there been any AI roadmap on the industrial power generation industry?
Siguro meron, pero I am not in the makasagot dito kasi it's more on the mga power regulatory bodies na sila yung nagko-control nung kung may AI man, meron siguro pero parang napakaliit ng ng play ng AI. Kasi ang on the mga power regulator, typically ang mino-monitor lang naman ay do we have enough supply or do we have available supply sa natin, and then yung mga standby ba natin is available. Kasi magkakaiba rin ng role ang bawat power plant on the energy grid. Meron kasing saka iba-iba ng kontrata actually. So merong binabayaran siya during standby, meron namang binabayaran dahil sa napuproduce lang niya na kuryente. May mga ganon. Pero when it comes to AI and roadmap, siguro yung mga power regulatory body, sila yung may alam dyan.
All right. Thank you for that answer for the last question, Engineer Kideng. Now we will be moving on for the awarding of the certificate. Partner?
Yet again, let us honor our dear speaker for today's talk. We hereby present this certificate of appreciation. Let me read the citation. This certificate is hereby presented to Engineer Godfrey Kedeng, PECE, in sincere acknowledgement with his invaluable contribution as a resource speaker for the 4th Colloquium on Power and Clean Energy with the topic Power Electronics in a Pumped Storage Hydroelectric Power Plant, given this 12th day of August 2023, signed Engineer Christian P. Enoval, Governor of IECEP Bulacan Chapter, signed Engineer Gerald U. Jocson, Governor of IECEP Mindoro Chapter, signed by Engineer Muhammad Ali B. Mauna, Governor of IECEP KSA-ERC Chapter, signed by Dr. Jodelix M. Sarcilia, Governor of IECEP Cavite Chapter, signed by Engineer Teofilio Lorenzo S. Ongkiko III, Governor of IECEP Manila, and signed by Engineer Mark Philip G. Fernandez, Chair of IECEP Power Electronics Society. Again, thank you so much, Engineer Kedeng, for that wonderful talk. We really appreciate your time with us today.
Now let's move on to the next part of this activity. May we invite everyone to open their cameras for our Zoom photo op for the morning session. Thank you. Congratulations again, Engineer Kideng.
Thank you as well.
On the count of 3 po, pa-open na po ang cam. Yan, thank you so much po. 1, 2, 3, smile. Another one. 1, 2, 3, smile. Ayan. Another slide po. 1, 2, 3, smile. 1, 2, 3, smile. Yan, thank you so much po.
All right. Thank you so much, everyone. Now we move on to the last part of our AM session. Just a friendly reminder to all our guests and participants to fully receive credits and certification for today's fourth colloquium on power and clean energy. Kindly fill out the attendance form accessible via the link on your screens and in the chat box. We'll be sending the link on the chat box as well for the accessibility and convenience of everyone. Thank you so much. And that is all for the morning session. Again, this is Miko.
And this is Lester.
Signing off.
Thank you, everyone. Have a great lunch.
Thank you, everyone. Enjoy your lunch.
All right. Hello again, everyone. I hope that you have learned a lot from the messages and the first two talks this morning. Let's now move on to the next part of our program. While you are enjoying your lunch today, let's listen to the presentation of the chairman of the Power Electronics Society, the one, the only, Chairman Mark Philip G. Fernandez, PECE. Chairman MP, over to you.
Okay, thank you very much, Engineer Tony Dishon Jr., no, and to our moderators and speakers for this morning session. So congratulations po, no. So I hope you enjoyed the topics that discussed, no, by Engineer Lady and Engineer Jun. No? So for this lunchtime, no, so hope you can bear with us, no. I will share to you some of the updates, no, and the milestones in the updates, no, yung mga achievements din natin at the same time, no, yung ating para sa ating society, no. So I will share to you my very comprehensive presentation, no? So please tutok lang po tayo, no, to share my updates. So hope you can see my screen now.
Yes, Chairman, we can see your screen.
Okay, thank you, Engineer Tony. Okay, so this lunchtime, no, I'm proud to present to you the milestones and updates of IECEP Power Electronics Society as of August 11, 2023. Okay, so I believe it's August 12 na pala, sorry. So it's August 12, 2023. Okay, so before anything else, no, nadagdagan natin yung mga shoutouts natin and acknowledgements, no. So I would like to acknowledge, no, yung presence and shout out do sa ating mga nasa Zoom meeting ngayon. Of course, no, with the Honorable IECEP President Engineer Lal Villas, no. So thank you for coming, sir. And also to our Board of Directors and Committee Chairs, no, ng IECEP National. Our fellow electrical engineers also is on the line also to join us and share their experiences as well, no, in the power and clean energy. Thank you also to Adamson University Electronics Engineering Department, Of course, no, si Chairman Silver Navarro Jr. nandito rin po ngayon sa DTI BPSTC 91. So kasama po ang iyong lingkod, no, as Vice Chairman. And also from Advanced Energy, Engineer Erickson and the team, thank you very much. No? So later they will have a talk, no, on the latest trends on the advanced power supply system. We have also on the line semicon and manufacturing companies, no, na ECE professionals. Of course, no, yung ERC, Energy Regulatory Commission, DOST, MIRDC, Philippine Space Agency, ating mga IECEP chapters nationwide and worldwide, no, na nandito ngayon. Of course, no, si Department of Energy, si Nascent Batteries, no? So isa na rin to sa mga partners natin to provide yung mga opportunities para sa ECE professionals together with Advanced Energy, no? Later we will show that. And of course, and last but not the least, no, yung ating mga IECEP and IECEP PELS members. Welcome again on this wonderful colloquium. No? Okay, no? So let me share to you again some of the information, no, about IECEP Power Electronic Society. So IECEP Power Electronic Society started last May 2021. No? So nagbuo po tayo ng tinatawag na subspecialty or subspecialization. We call it One IECEP Solar PV System Subspecialization Group. So ito po yung kauna-unahan na subspecialty within IECEP Power Electronic Society. Now, the reason why we formed this is due to the fact that marami tayong mga ECE professionals na nasa PV industry, no? Together with our fellow electrical engineers, no? Kasama din po ang ating mga ECE professionals in building our nation towards power and clean energy, no? Clean energy. All right? So, na formally established na po ang ating society last October 2021. So, almost 2 years na po tayo, no, in the making. At nagkaroon na po tayo ng official name, IECEP Power Electronic Society, or also known as IECEP PELS. Okay? And at the same time, nagawaran po tayo ng accreditation award noong June 2022. Actually, this was May of 2022. And this was awarded during the IECEP MidCon last year. So with the accreditation number 2. So ibig sabihin lang po ito, mga kasama, meron na po tayong official accreditation number na SEC registered na po tayo, no? So actually we are under the IECEP National through IECEP National Specialization Societies. So we are being governed by IECEP National through IECEP NSS. Okay, so yung mga objectives natin, mga kasama, no, is 4 lang naman, no? So we need to stay connected and updated, which is ito na yung ginagawa po natin ngayon sa colloquium. Second, of course, we need to be globally competitive, no? Later we will show to you yung about level 8 specialty/expert na mga PECE, no? Para align po tayo sa ASEAN region and at the same time to other regions as well, no? Para mas globally competitive tayo. So yun po yung kasagutan na actually na matagal nang tinatanong ng mga kasama natin na para may recognize din tayo, may recognition din ng electronics engineering professionals worldwide or at least in the ASEAN region. Okay? Third is to be the champions of the organization in solving national issues related to its specialization, no? So ang IECEP Power Electronic Society at nung mga ibang specialization societies, binuo po ito for a specific reason, to become involved on national issues that relates to its specialization. So ibig sabihin, mga kasama, makialam tayo sa mga importanteng issues sa ating bansa, no? Especially when it relates to our ECE specializations, no? So there are 11 actually, mamaya ipakita natin. So facilitate and guide the development and innovation in power electronics technology. So sa matagal na panahon, masyadong hindi ganun ka mainstream ang power electronics technology, no, sa ating bansa. So ang objective natin is to turn it around, no, 360 degrees. So mamaya may mga papakita tayong mga programa na magpapalakas, no, ng presensya o yung presence ng IECEP Power Electronic Society and the power electronics technology sa industry natin, sa market natin. So we borrowed this mission and vision to IEEE. Actually, we want to align this also as well with IEEE. Our mission is simple, it shall be a literal, scientific, and educational in character. The society shall advance the theory and practice of electronics engineering and its convergent fields. So marami po yan. It shall promote a high level of technical competency among its members and affiliates. So yun nga yung lifelong learning na nabanggit natin kanina, mamaya pakita rin natin ulit. So it shall hold meetings and to present papers and sponsor publish articles. So yung mga ating scientists and engineers, we encourage them to do that, para may showcase natin siya balang araw. Okay? Our vision is simple but ambitious, to become a world-class and exceptional IECEP specialty/specialization society. Okay? And to become the catalyst of change for the betterment of our IECEP community. So, eto na po, ginagawa na po natin yung change na yun, we will turn around, yung table, na meaning we need to be mainstream right now because ang daming mga niro-roll out ng government ngayon na kailangan ng power electronics. Okay? So when it comes to building a society, of course we need a strategy. Kailangan natin ng strategy in order for us to make things running. So sinimulan natin noong 2021, actually way back 2021 pa, and before those years pa na nakaraan na, napapag-uusapan na po yung specialization societies. Pero sa case ng Power Electronics Society, nabuo po ito noong 2021. So, nagkaroon ng initiative to form a subspecialization for solar. So, since marami nagpa-practice po ng ECE professionals doon, we need to specialize, sa madaling salita, sa mga subspecializations ng power electronics. Mamaya papakita natin yung CHED Memorandum Order tsaka yung PQF, yung Philippine Qualification Framework. Kung saan ba tayo dapat mag-align, okay, when it comes to power electronics. So ito yung roadmap na binuo natin. Marami tayong mga activities na ginawa for the past 2 years. And now we are here, August 2023. So as you can see, we are nearing to the realization and program closing. So, ibig sabihin, hindi ko mo tapos na yung 2026, ay tatapos na rin yung mga programa natin. Actually, re-revisit natin yan sa susunod na panahon. Marami pa tayong mga kailangan gawin para maging mainstream na ang power electronics industry. Okay, now let's turn to what we call yung Career Progression and Specialization Program. Ang Career Progression Specialization Program or CPSP is a career pathways. We have what we call yung academic track, we have the professional track as well. Okay? Sa academic track, andito po yung ating mga nasa academe, yung ating mga post-baccalaureate, na tinatawag. So pati rin yung entry level baccalaureate, pag na-achieve natin yung sa level 6, once we graduated from the academe, so let's say 5 years tayo na take ng ECE at nakapag-graduate na po tayo, marireceive na natin yung diploma natin. Now we turn to our professional track. So we take the board exam, we take the professional ECE exam, yan. Usually oral exam lang naman po ito. Pero ganito yung idea, The idea is some of the ECEs are here on the academic track, and some of them are on the professional track, and some of them are sabay nila kinukuha yan. Now the difference this one is meron tayong initiative, na magkaroon tayo ng tinatawag na specialist or expert PECE. Ito yung tinatawag na nating level 8. Although ito di pa official name po yan, the intention here is to align also doon sa mga ibang board sa PRC, like sa medicine, Board of Medicine, sa matagal ng panahon nag-specialize na po sila sa kanilang field, So alam naman natin sa Board of Medicine, maraming specialization yan. No? So ang intention din natin sa electronics engineering ay ganun din po, na magkaroon tayo ng specialist or expert PECE. Okay. So itong slide po na to is yung, as promised kanina, yung tinatawag nating Philippine Qualification Framework. No? So basically, we start with the basic education. So K to 12 po siya. No? So as you can see on the bottom, okay, as you can see on the bottom, lahat tayo nag-start sa K to 12. No? Ngayon, umangat na tayo habang natatapos na yung ating basic education. Unti-unti, we can take the technical education, no? Tapos pag nakagraduate na tayo sa grade 12, no? Pwede na tayong pumasok sa higher education. Then after we take the 5-year course sa ECE, no, or sa ibang engineering courses, no, na nakapag-graduate at naka-receive na tayo ng diploma, now we turn to professional track na, no? So pwede tayong mag-board exam sa ECT or ECE, PECE, tapos later on magkakaroon tayo ng advanced PECE or specialist/expert PECE na. So usually ang track niyan is pa ganyan. Okay? Now, after we finish our journey here, no, sa taas may makikita tayo yung employment na natin. So kasama po diyan sa PQF Act is si DOLE. So isa sila sa mga agencies na tawag dito, involved, no, sa Philippine Qualification Framework Act. Okay. Now, ito yung isa sa mga exciting part ng ating initiatives. Nagkaroon po tayo ng tinatawag na 3-year CPD program of activities and schedules, no. So meron na po kami schedule na nilatag, no. The thing here is that we initiated yung colloquium, no. So na-notice nyo doon sa first item, yung colloquium natin on power clean energy, it is already established, no. So this is the 4th colloquium. Okay? Ngayon, meron tayong initiative, no, together with IECEP National and NSS, no, na magkaroon tayo ng mga lifelong learning tools, no, and platforms, no. Ito yung mga massive online courses natin na tinitake natin as a professional. Ito po yung tinatawag na IECEP Academy. Okay? So yung IECEP Academy is still in progress, no. Pinag-uusapan pa po yung mga mechanisms and guidelines natin dyan, no? Including yung pag-aaral, no, or workshops, no? So, yun. I don't want to preempt din si IECEP National, no, President Laldo. So, to give you a heads up, no, meron tayong IECEP Academy na initiative para sa ating lifelong learning journey natin. Tapos yung third item natin, yung hands-on or laboratory type activities, no? Meron kami mamaya papakita yung initiative namin together with IECEP National Education and Student Affairs Committee, headed by Engineer Jomer Katipon, no? So meron kaming collaboration na gagawin na may mga hands-on or laboratory type activities kami na gagawin. So sa case namin, ang nakatoka sa amin is yung solar energy, no? So magpe-presenta kami or mag-hands-on activities kami diyan. Sa site tours naman, no, sa mga site tours, actually we invite, no, yung mga ating decision makers, no, na nandito ngayon sa forum na to, sa colloquium na to, to encourage, no, you to open your company for site tours, no. Later on, we will send an invitation, a formal invitation for ECE professionals and students to conduct site tours para to help yung journey nila towards dun sa lifelong learning experience nila. Okay? Or dun sa advancement ng career nila as ECE professionals. And lastly, no, this is very ambitious one. But I will announce it anyway, no. Na we are looking at the idea of having what you call yung exhibits tsaka expo, no. Kagaya nitong mga ni-launch, no, doon sa nitong nakaraan, no. So alam naman na po natin yung mga events na yun, no. Gusto natin mangyari is ma-showcase natin yung galing, talino at experience, no, ng mga ECE professionals, and as well as yung ating mga brothers and sisters din sa kabilang engineering profession din, no. So the idea here is to build our professional network, okay, and showcase yung mga achievements, no, and yung mga products din ng ating mga companies, no, na involved sa power electronics, no. So yes, we intend to advance further on these items, no, yung 5 and 6, yung exhibits and expo, no. But then again, of course, it will not be possible without your support, mga kasama, no. Kailangan po namin ng suporta ninyo para matuloy po itong initiative na to. So with that, no, there are ongoing talks now or planning sessions na ginagawa na yung Power Electronics Society para mangyari po ito at para ito mai-offer sa mga members ng IECEP, no, at saka ng IECEP Power Electronics Society, no. So maganda po itong mga kasama na matuloy itong mga programa natin, no, kasi ito'y para sa atin lahat, no. So para sa atin po lahat, para lalo natin ma-enhance yung ating professional career, no, at magkaroon tayo ng mga collaborations, exchange of ideas and others. Okay? So sana po supportahan niyo po kami on this one. Okay. So ito po yung mga highlights, no, yung mga milestones na nagawa natin for past 2 years, no. 2 years na. So yung January 2021, actually pinag-uusapan na yung tungkol sa pagbubuo ng specialization societies, no. Tapos dumating yung May 2021, no, ito na po, nagkaroon tayo ng subspecialization group na for solar under the Power Electronics Society. Noong June 2021, nag-start na po tayo makipag-usap, no, mga dialogues, talks, and others, no. July 2021, ito na po yung first official major engagement natin, no. Ito yung tinatawag nating Bureau of Philippine Standards, Technical Committee number 91. So nag-start po ito noong July of 2021, and we are very honored to be invited on this technical committee, no. Yeah. So together with our chairman, good afternoon, Engineer Silver Navarro Jr., no. So he is our chairman in TC91 in solar PV system. So together with yours truly as your vice chairman, we are working together to build a standard, no, or adopt some standards that will help enhance yung sa regulatory part ng solar PV system sa market. Okay? Tapos yung October 2021, na lumabas na yung official name natin, yung Power Electronics Society, and with the official banner photo, okay, with the IECEP national logo. Now, we attended the second major event, yung tinatawag po nating Standard Stakeholders Conference of 2021. So this is a collaboration between different technical committees, Bureau of Philippine Standards, ISO, and IEC. Okay? Ngayon, ito noon, February 2022, nagkaroon na po tayo ng first Colloquium on Power and Clean Energy, no? Ito yung kauna-unahang pagkakataon na nagkaroon tayo ng major event na hosted or organized by Power Electronics Society, and together with the collaborating chapters ng IECEP, no? IECEP Bulacan, KSA-ERC, Mindoro, and Cavite. No? So napapasalamat po kami sa inyo na ipakita natin sa mundo, no, na kaya natin mag-organize ng isang event, no, yung first Colloquium on Power and Clean Energy. And of course, no, I would like to thank si Dr. Angelo Beltran Jr. on spearheading this committee, no, yung Research and Development Committee ng Power Electronics Society. Tapos June 2022, na-receive na po natin yung official accreditation. Okay? So na-receive na po natin yung official accreditation number 2, no, from IECEP National, and this was awarded by IECEP National last June 2022 during the MidCon. Okay? Tapos August 2022, ito na, nagkaroon na po tayo ng second colloquium on power and clean energy, no? With the team, the climate, energy, and power electronics, breaking new ground of information in these changing times. This was last August 13. So isang taon na po nakalipas, Saturday, same time, no? And we have distinguished guest of honors, no? Yung mga ating speakers, no? From the power electronics industry. Okay, so of course we onboarded our sponsors, no, si ABB and Adamson University, and together with the collaborating chapters of IECEP Bulacan, Cavite, KSA-ERC, and Mindoro. Okay, tapos nagkaroon din tayo ng mga international events na or engagements na, no. For the first time, I would like to thank also Engineer Lawrence Yatco, no, from BRAMAC. We were invited to speak, no, as one of the guest speaker doon sa session na ginawa ni Opal RT. Okay, so this was last August 18, no, August 17 and 18. Okay. Okay, now let's go to September. All right. So, nagkaroon ulit tayo ng mga talks and engagements. For the first time, we talked with Advanced Energy. So, on the screen, no, as you can see, ang ating mga butihing directors, no, from Advanced Energy, of course, headed by Director Stuart Mitchell, si Engineer Erickson Aquino, si Ma'am Leonor Giron, and others po, no. So, together, si President Lyle Villas and si Engineer Lawrence Yatco. Okay, so this was September. And at the same time, nagkaroon na po tayo ng first engagement with Philippine Space Agency. So nandito po yung mga directors ng ating buting Philippine Space Agency or PELSA. Okay. October 2022, nagkaroon po tayo ng tinatawag na First National Specialization Societies Conference, no? So sinocase po dito lahat ng specialization societies ni IECEP National or ni IECEP NSS, okay? So this was last October 1 to 2. Then for the first time, no, nagkaroon tayo nung face-to-face seminar on solar PV system. So this was happened in IECEP NCR Northeast Chapter Office sa NTC main building. Okay. So together with Engineer Gemma Baisik, former governor ng IECEP NCR Northeast Chapter. And of course, no, together sina Engineer Job and si Engineer Jess, no, and si Engineer James as well. Okay. November 2022, umattend din po tayo ng AGM. So November 15 to 17. And at the same time, nagkaroon din tayo ng talks sa mga estudyante at sa academe, yung tinatawag po nating National Student Summit. So lahat po ng society chairs at kasama din po ang ating Board of ECE. Okay, together we explain to our students and in our academe yung importance ng pag-join sa mga specialization societies. Okay, so medyo nag-lighten up muna tayo noong December, no? So nagkaroon tayo ng konting salo-salo at Christmas party noong December of 2022. So if may mga interested po to come over sa this coming December, no? If you're interested to join also sa munting salo-salo at Christmas party natin, no? Together with Vice Chairman Erwin Elazar and Secretary Tony Dizon Jr., no? We celebrated there. Nagkaroon tayo ng konting webinars, no? Together with our PELS members as well. Okay, so after yung medyo light moment natin, no, nagkaroon muna tayo ng pahinga, ngayon, balik tayo ulit sa serious business na, no? So ngayon, nagkaroon ng mga incidents, no? Dito ngayon lumabas ang mga issues, no, on the national level, no, kagaya nung nangyari sa Civil Aviation and Aviation Authority of the Philippines, no, nagkaroon ng press release si IECEP National about sa CNMS ATMC. Okay? Ngayon, ang resulta nun is we collaborated with the national government through our legislative. Nagkaroon tayo ng mga engagements sa House of Representatives, together with Engineer Lawrence and yours truly, maten po tayo doon sa Committee on House Committee on Transportation headed by Chairman Romeo Acop. Okay? So, naimbitahan po tayo together with IIEE to share their knowledge and expert in regards to what happened doon sa UPS. Ngayon, as a result, nag-commit naman po tayo to give our pro bono service to the country. Of course, nandun po tayo sa mga stakeholders meeting. Ito yung first ever joint collaboration, investigation, together with IIEE, together with the private companies, DOST, DICT, CICC, and IECEP National through IECEP Power Electronics Society. So ito po yung multi-agency investigating team na nag-investigate po ng issue tungkol doon sa UPS issue sa NAIA at sa CAAP or sa CAAP. Okay? February 2023, we held our third colloquium on power and clean energy with the team of IECEP PELS bringing forth advances in energies and breakthrough technologies towards a sustainable future. So this is the first time that we have invited a lot of foreign guests, guest of honors natin, with their different expertise, still in relation to power and clean energy. Okay? This time, we have onboarded a lot of sponsors and collaborators as well. For the collaborators, we have IECEP Bulacan, Cavite, KSA-ERC, Manila, and Mindoro. Sponsors, nadagdagan po natin yung mga sponsors natin for the first time, yung ABB, Adamson, in Advanced Energy, together with Philippine Space Agency. Okay? Now, March 2022, we held what we call yung IECEP Leader Summit. Okay? This was happened in Eugenio Lopez Center sa Sumulong Highway, Antipolo City last February 25. So dito, tinawag po yung mga past and present IECEP leaders sa summit po na ito to share their thoughts, their ideas, their experiences. So para mas mapaigting natin yung resolve natin sa ating pagpapaigting ng ating organization and society natin. And not only that, nagkaroon tayo ng tinatawag na official memorandum of agreement signing together with Advanced Energy. Okay? So we have also invited si USAID, si Engineer Pierre Gallia, nandyan po siya sa summit po na yan. So invited din po sila Advanced Energy, USAID at sila Board of ECE. Okay? So ito po yung mga meet and greet sessions natin with Advanced Energy. Ito po yung ilan sa mga ECE professionals natin na nakausap during that time. Ito naman yung sa Philippine Space Agency. So nagkaroon din po tayo ng meet and greet sessions with them. Ito naman po yung sa Committee on Transportation last January 18. So together with Sumitomo, Thales, and other airline companies, especially sa government agencies like CAAP, DOTR, DICT, CICC. Ayan. So kasama din, of course, sa meeting na to, sa internal meeting natin, si President, IIE President, and together with the officials and Board of Directors ng IIEE, and together with DICT, Cybersecurity Bureau, and CICC. So this is in CAAP office last January. Ito naman yung nasa bagong office ng Cybercrime Investigating and Coordinating Center, co-located dito actually sa office ng Department of Energy. So tabi lang po yan, nasa BGC Taguig po sila. So ito na po yung bagong office nila. This office actually ng CICC at ng DICT is a multi-international agency na naka-house po lahat dyan ng mga anti-cybercrime agencies worldwide. Okay? So kung may mga transnational crimes na related sa cybersecurity, no, nandyan na po sila nakikita-kita together with CICC. And for the first time, no, sila po yung coordinator or lead investigator, no, patungkol doon sa naging issue doon sa January 1st incident. Okay? So nandyan po yung ating mga different stakeholders, no, tulong-tulong sa pag-solve ng national issues. Okay, March 15, ito naman po yung first ever meeting natin together with IECEP National, NSS, Board of ECE, and ECE CPSP CATS Committee, no, headed by our Chairman Orbe, and together with Engineer Ornan Vicente and Dr. Mayros Imperial, no, and to our also IECEP National President, no, Engineer Lyle, si Secretary General Trinidad, and my co-chairs as well, no, sa specialization societies, no. Ayan. So ito naman last March, we also invited doon sa BRAIMAC Engineering Conference, no, sa Alabang, Muntinlupa City. So I'd like to personally thank Engineer Lawrence again, no, for inviting us dyan sa wonderful forum na yan. So yung sponsor po nila si BRAIMAC, si National Instruments, si Opal RT, and si Guts Trading, no. Yan. Red Guts Trading. Yan. So sinocase po dito yung mga instrumentations, no, and simulation tools na ginagamit din sa power electronics. Okay? Yan. So ito yung mga bridges na na kinokonekta natin with other engineering organizations, no, like IIEE, no. So for the first time nagkaroon tayo ng collaboration efforts, no, together with IIEE Sultanate of Oman chapter, IECEP Oman chapter, and IECEP Power Electronics Society, no. So they were invited, si Engineer Gobhil Losares, no. And it so happens na one of our members also sa Technical Committee number 91, no, and our dear friend, si Engineer Gil Losares. Yan. July 12, okay, di pa po tapos, no. May mga pa tayo, may mga major events and engagements pa po tayong inattendan, no. Last July 12, na we were invited sa tinatawag po na IECEP or International Electrotechnical Committee, National Committee of the Philippines, General Assembly, or IEC-NCP, no? So together with the other private and government agencies, no, we were showcased during the this assembly, no, in Makati City. So as you can see, no, may mga ECE students and professionals na po tayo na nandyan. Okay? So, and we were showcased during the assembly, no? So makikita nyo po dito, part po tayo ng IEC TC82. So ito po yung counterpart natin na technical committee sa International Electrotechnical Committee, TC number 82. Okay, sa Philippines, sa BPS, we are TC91. Okay, so headed by our chairman, Engineer Silver Navarro Jr., and together with Vice Chairman Erwin Elazar and Engineer Virgilio Gomhil Losares, no. We are working under Technical Committee 82, Work Group 3. Yung Work Group 3 is more on the solar PV modules. Yung Work Group 6 is more on the balance of system components. Okay? So kasama po si Engineer Del Moro, no, and si Engineer Erickson Aquino. And as well sa BPS, no, si Engineer Abelino Molina. Okay? So ito po siya. Okay? So we are calling also for experts, no, to contact our BPS, no, para makapag-participate. Especially mga ECE professionals na nandito po ngayon, please do contact the Bureau of Philippine Standards, no. And together we will ensure the safety and reliability of our products sa market, especially sa solar po. Okay, so this last August 7, no, nagkaroon naman tayo din ng engagements at pagpapakilala ng ating society sa tinatawag po na Philippine Technological Council Women Engineering Network. So this was happened last August 7. So sorry, di tayo nagpangabot, Mr. President. No? This was happened last August 7, 1:30 p.m. So invited din po dito yung mga distinctive guest of honors natin, no? Si Engineer Rizalinda De Leon or Dr. Rizalinda De Leon from UP Diliman. And together sa Meralco, no, si Engineer Eugene Araulio, no, nandun din po siya bilang honorable guest ng speakers natin. Tapos si yours truly, no, sa Power Electronics Society. Okay? So pinakilala natin ang IECEP Power Electronics Society sa mga women engineers. So nagkaroon po ng mga discussions, no? Pagpapakilala. Piniresenta rin natin yung ating mga updates, no? And of course, no, I would like to personally thank, no, sila Dr. Miros Imperial, sila Engineer Manalo, no, for inviting us on this forum. On this wonderful forum, mga women engineers po natin. Okay, ito yung isa din sa mga kaabang-abang din, no, sa ating mga ECE professionals, no. Meron na po tayong ongoing drafting ng tinatawag nating the Philippine Electronics Code on Power and Clean Energy. Now this time, ang focus ng ating proposed electronics code on power and clean energy is on solar photovoltaic energy systems, no. So sa matagal na panahon, no, marami na po nagtatanong actually ng mga ECE professionals kung ano ba ang role ng ECE professionals sa solar photovoltaic energy systems. So in fact, actually we have also collaborated with other electrical engineers din, no, and ECE professionals din to craft what to call yung power electronics code natin, no. So we want to also invite you guys, no, to participate para dun, especially doon sa mga nasa PV industry ngayon na ECE professionals, to share their best practices, no, and yung mga safety na mga practices natin yan, no. Kasi dito sa document po na to, paramount po dyan or priority po dyan yung safety and reliability ng ating PV systems, no. Okay, no, ito yung mga upcoming events natin, as mentioned nga kanina, no. Together again with the collaboration of IECEP Oman, IIEE SOC or Sultanate of Oman chapter, and IECEP Power Electronics Society. We have this upcoming webinar called Harmonics in Electrical and Electronic Systems, Causes, Effects, and Mitigation. So it is will be delivered by Engineer Joel C.R. Jonah, our governor, current governor in IECEP Oman chapter. Okay, so we invite you guys this coming August 26, no, to join and participate sa magandang discussion po na ito. So this again will be happening on August 26. So nandiyan po yung other details as well. Okay? Okay, so ito naman po yung mga hands-on activities natin, no? So borrowing this from do sa post ni Engineer Jomer, no? Yung mga initiatives ng IECEP Education and Student Affairs Committee na nagkaroon po sila ng free 15-day training. Yung tinatawag po nating Electronics Product Assembly and Servicing. Okay? Para ito sa mga estudyante po natin sa TANSA Cavite. So this will happen on third quarter of this year. So yung mga topics is basic electronics, digital electronics, Arduino training, CCTV training, installation training, and lastly, solar panel installation training. Okay? So thank you doon sa invitation, Engineer Jomer, for inviting Power Electronics Society. Okay? Okay. Kanina nabanggit natin, no, yung One IECEP Solar PV System Subspecialty Group. Ngayon, nagkaroon tayo ng discussions, no, kung ano ba sa tingin natin na pwede pa nating buuin na subspecialty or subspecialization within IECEP Power Electronics Society. Ngayon, iniimbitahan namin kayo mga kasama, no, na to participate and organize, no, on this subspecializations or subspecialties na sa tingin namin in demand ngayon sa market. So number one is yung solar PV system. So this one's already being established na-establish na po yan at up and running na po yan. Meron naman po tayong initiative for the electric vehicles and electric vehicle charging stations. So this one, it is already accepted, no, by Engineer Jobmaya IV. No? Siya po yung magli-lead dito as our subspecialty lead sa EV and EVCS. So kung interested po kayong mag-specialize or mag-advance in EV and EVCS in relation to power electronics, no, you can approach him or you can approach me also or yung mga society officers natin. Sa telecom and data center power subsystems, no, so we have also on the line si Chairman Sajid, no, I hope he is still there. We also want to collaborate with other specialization societies in terms of power electronic subsystems ng mga different specialties, no. So we will cover yung power electronics portion nun. Okay? So definitely this telecom and data center natin, no, kailangan ng power and clean energy nila. Okay? So tutulong po tayo, we will collaborate with them as well. Okay? Meron naman yung wind energy, no, ito in demand na rin to kanina na discuss din yan. Tapos yung lastly, yung energy storage system. Okay? So, meron na po tayong actually officer na employed ngayon doon, no, sa isang startup company. Ang pangalan po noon Nascent Batteries, no. So, later mayroon tayong mga pakita diyan ng mga job opportunities or career opportunities, no, sa power electronics industry. So iniimbitahan po namin kayo to join those subspecialty or subspecializations, no. You may contact us later, ipakita namin yung contact information, no. So for the career opportunities, no, we have, as mentioned nga kanina, yung startup company, it's called Nascent. Okay? So Nascent is a energy storage system company and energy storage solution company. Yung mga founders po nito is from UP Diliman, no. So they are looking for candidates, no, that will fill up their positions such as yung R&D scientist. So more on electrochemical yung pinag-uusapan dito mga kasama, no. Pero energy storage system ang kategory niya. So I invite you guys to specialize, no, in energy storage systems as well. So bukod dyan, naghahanap din po sila ng power electronics engineer. Okay? So, sa totoo lang, no, kulang yung mga specialists and experts natin sa power electronics, no, industry. Iniimbitahan namin kayo na mag-specialize at maging expert sa power electronics. Okay? So naghahanap din sila ng power electronics engineer. Okay? Ito po yung mga required skills, no. So as you can see from here, no, from here makikita mo kaagad may mga benchmarks na tayo na kailangang i-achieve, no, or i-fulfill para masabi na specialist tayo or expert sa energy storage system, no, particularly in power electronics, no. So makikita mo dito yung mga requirements. Okay? So ang objective ng Power Electronics Society is matulungan natin yung mga estudyante at yung mga professionals na gustong mag shift to power electronics, no. Okay? And lastly, no, yung sa mga estudyante natin, inclusive yan, no. Kailangan magkaroon din ng opportunity yung mga estudyante natin to become interns, no, dito sa startup company na to, no. So naghahanap po sila mga kasama. So if you are interested to join Nascent Batteries, no, please contact yung information na nasa baba, no. So you may send your letter of intent and curriculum vitae and publications, if any, to ESS department headed by Dr. Benjamar Hope Flores, PhD. Okay, so yung email address po niya is bflores@nascentbatteries.com. Then copy nyo si Dr. Joey Ocon. Okay, then place your application and surname doon sa subject. Okay? So meron pa po tayong mga career opportunities, mga kasama, no? Okay? Yan. So ito naman yung sa advanced energy, no? Matagal na po ito naka-launch actually. So ito po yung tinatawag nilang Diploma in Power Electronics Scholarship. So leading the way in power electronics, no? So mga gustong mag-advance ng career nila in power electronics, Advanced Energy is also offering this program, no? So ito po yung mga detalye niya, okay? Okay, so ito po may background at least in electronics design, no? So board exam reviewers are also welcome to apply. So as you can see, no, what to expect, nakalagay dito, full scholarship, tuition and project expenses are covered by Advanced Energy. Bihira lang po magkaroon ng ganito opportunity, mga kasama, especially doon sa mga students natin na nasa mga higher education institutions ngayon, no? So as you can see, may mga competitive ng taxable monthly stipend pa sila, 20,000 monthly allowance. Ito mo, nag-aaral ka na may allowance ka pa. Saan ka pa makakita niyan? Kundi sa Advanced Energy lang. Okay? So plus 2,000 monthly housing assistance for the first 6 months. Imagine mo yan, may housing allowance ka pa. May housing assistance ka pa. And not only that, of course, yung ultimate goal mo is to have the diploma in power electronics, no? So this will be credited to your Master of Science in ECE, major in power electronics in Mapua University. Okay? So Advanced Energy is located in Philippine Engineering Design Center, 3rd floor Techno Plaza 1 building, 18 Orchard Road, Eastwood City, Libis. Okay? So ito yung mga further description ng course, no? So yung scholarship equivalent is equivalent nga sa post-baccalaureate. Okay? Tapos may full-time 1-year diploma course focus on switch mode power supply, which is happen to be one of the subspecializations ng power electronics. So kung titingnan natin sa CHED Memorandum Order 101 series of 2017, no? Nandun po yung advanced power supply, no? So kailangan nating kunin tong elective course na to, mga kasama, kasi malaki ang kakulangan sa supply ng mga professionals, no, sa market. But the demand, yung ano ngayon, yung industriya ngayon is nandyan na, is just that we need to equip our students and professionals, no, to be specialists and expert in power electronics. Okay, so you can avail this, mga kasama, no, yung programa ng Advanced Energy. Samantalahin na po natin yung pagkakataon na kunin na po natin ito, at bihira lang magkaroon ng ganitong opportunity ang mga students natin. Okay? So yan po ay courtesy of Advanced Energy. Okay. So that's basically it, no, mga ka-PELS, no, at saka mga ka-IECEP, no. If you wish to be a volunteer or to become a member, no, you may join us. Okay? All you have to do is use this form. Okay? So you can get the screenshot if you wish, no, or i-share ko na lang sa chat box yung link. Or you may also send an email or letter of intent to Power Electronic Society. So ito po yung ating official email address, no? So you can send your letter of intent to become a member or volunteer of our society. And we invite you to organize doon sa mga subspecialty or subspecialization na pinakita natin kanina. Okay? So meron din tayong form, ibibigay natin later doon sa chat box, no? Para makapag-fill up kayo ng membership para sa Power Electronic Society. Yan. So panghuli na lang po, no? When people love the work they do, they bring something special and unique to the job. Okay? So pinasok natin tong responsibility na to, no? And I intend to finish my term, no, before my end of my term, na up and running na po ang ating society, no? So ang question na lang po kung kailan 'yun, yan po ay hindi natin alam, no? So maaaring maiksi, maaaring tumagal, hindi po natin alam. Pero ang alam lang po natin dito is tuloy-tuloy po tayo sa pagpapalago ng ating society, no? And tungo doon sa mga professionals na gustong ituloy yung journey nila for the lifelong learning experience nila. So hopefully, no, with that, bigay po kami ng mga update sa inyo, no. We hope you join also our Power Electronic Society. Tandaan natin mga kasama, para po sa atin ito. Okay? So yun lang po, at nagpapasalamat ako sa pakikinig nyo ngayong tanghali po. So magandang hapon po at salamat po.
Thank you very much, Chairman MP, for your very informative and wonderful presentation. I think everyone surely learned a lot about the past activities and milestones of the IECEP Power Electronic Society, and also its current and future directions. Please stand by po sa next part ng ating program. Thank you.
Zoom Master, cross check. Test mic 1, 2, 3. Zoom Master, please acknowledge. Test mic 1, 2, 3.